Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. In today's dynamic business environment, optimizing warehouse management processes is essential for efficiency and productivity. Today, we're diving into the intricate world of SAP Integration WM process guidance training. SAP integration refers to the seamless connection between SAP systems and other applications, allowing for smooth data flow and automated processes. When we talk about warehouse management, WM, we're focusing on the efficient management of warehouse operations from inventory tracking to order fulfillment. Implementing SAP integration cuts inventory holding costs by 50% and boosts order accuracy by 30%. Streamlining warehouse processes with SAP revolutionizes business operations, reducing costs, improving efficiency, and enhancing competitiveness. In today's fast-paced environment, staying ahead requires leveraging SAP integration to unlock full potential. Throughout this course, we'll cover everything you need to know about SAP Integration WM process guidance, from the fundamentals to advanced techniques. We'll explore topics such as data mapping, interface design, and system configuration, giving you the skills and knowledge you need to succeed in today's digital landscape. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Manufactured goods stock in. 2. Handling units in production. 3. Production order processing. 4. Monitor handling unit. 5. Packaging instructions. Let's dive in.
So in this system, this is the plant. So you'll also get access to the system. This is a plant store location warehouse. We'll be using this for our testing, and this is going to be the products. These are going to be the products you're going to use. Okay. So first, let us see, our configuration, which storage type is with pallet strategy, and then we can obviously test receipt and put away into that strategy. Okay, so this is standard. So you will, whatever errors you encounter, you will get them in standard system. Okay, so basically, so I've already told you you're aware, right, where the warehouse is assigned to plant store location. Basically, EWM, has requires a lot of expertise, protecting the expertise, and really the warehouse has to be really good, really big enough for that, to use those many functionalities. There's no point in getting a very powerful system, but you don't really need that much. License cost is also important,
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure how far we're going to cover like this. Just start the admin team. So we are going to see a storage type where the pallet strategy is activated, and we'll try to receive this product into that storage type. Okay, so our warehouse is 001. So you can see 001, 007 is a standard pallet storage type. Okay, so we'll understand the indicators of a pallet storage, important config of pallet storage type. So this product at the moment, it is, you understand this transaction? This is the stock.
Yes, the stock overview, yeah.
So there are
yeah, and the first thing we start with the storage and storage type and storage section indicators, right?
Yeah. So first we'll direct the stock into this area, but yeah, for understanding, let us see how things are for this product. It is now directed to 001 storage type, and this plant the store location. Okay, now we want those to get stored into 007 because 007 is pallet storage. Okay, this is standard pallet storage. So in standard pallet storage, you can see that SU storage unit check is already active. Okay, so this is a check required to activate storage unit management. And
okay. Oh, but this is a subtle difference. I read somewhere I read that storage unit check activation is is independent of storage unit management active, right?
Yeah, there's another. There's another config which we'll cover. I'll come back to it. You're saying about this one, yeah. But this is also required because when a palette comes into the storage type. Okay, well, I'll come to that. Let me first tell you this. How we recognize that this is a palette storage. So this is palette storage because it has a strategy storage unit type. Okay. So in this, storage units are mandatory. It has surprised me why in the standard system this is removed. So these are the two indicate. This is also important, yes. By default, it should have been there. So this SUT check active means when a palette comes, this is mandatory for palette storage. Storage unit is mandatory for palette storage. So what happens in palette storage? I think you are aware. We have bins. It's like a rack, something like we've already seen in EWM, something like that. Yeah. This is, let's say, the front view of the rack. Okay, so this is, let's say, the front view of the rack, and then in each row, you have, several bins. Okay. So now here, based on the requirement, we can store some pallets. We can store 3 in a bin, but this is one bin. This is completely one bin. We'll say 007.01.01. So here we can store 3 products, 3 pallets, or we can store 2 pallets or 1 pallet depending on the type of pallet. Okay. So the moment it gets added here, it will divide it into temporary section 001.0.01, let's say /A. And if there are 3, it will divide it into 3 sections /B and then /C. Okay. And these sections are dynamic. So the moment the pallet stock is added, you will see these sections will be created. And as soon as you remove the stock, the sections will be deleted.
Oh, I see. But most of the places, most of the storage will have like a label on the bins, right?
Yeah, this will also have label. So this is one bin. This is another bin. This is this is this is the front view of a bin. So you can front view of an aisle. Okay. So you can see this. This is level. Let's say 10, 20. So it's up to 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 8 levels high. Yeah, and this is one stack. Let's say stack, we call them as 100, 100, 200, 300. You can give any names to the stack. And let's say this aisle is, let's say, aisle 1. The entire aisle is aisle 1. So this becomes one bin. This becomes another bin. This becomes another bin. So basically, bin needs a bin type. This becomes another bin. This becomes another bin. Okay. So then if in one bin there are 2 pallets can be stored. So as soon as this bin becomes empty, this will be deleted, and system will create just 2. System will create just 2. System will create just 2 sections A and B for 2 pallets. So in the entire bin, we'll only have 2 pallets. Okay, because third we cannot accommodate in the space left.
I have a basic question, Johan. If it is dynamic, then how will the clerk identify this is the correct bin? Because it won't be labeled, right? Because if you put a label there, then it is fixed, the bin number, right? Or still we can
see bin number is fixed. You have for the bin you have like a suffix, like /A/B/C. That will get added. So bin number is same, bin number is 01 that 07 0007 0.01. Let's say this is the bin number. This remains same.
Oh, I see. What is dynamic will be the section.
Will be the section which is /A/B/C that will be dynamic. So the moment you add a part, it gets created. The moment you remove the parts, it will get deleted. The sections.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. So now storage units is mandatory for this because because in this storage type we have seen that storage unit type is mandatory. Okay. Storage unit type check is mandatory means system will always check which pallet should go into which bin. Okay. So we need to know the type of pallet. So which pallet will go to which bin, that check has to be active. This is similar to the HU type check that we had in WM. And this has to be, this also is default activated in storage. I don't know why somebody might have removed this. So storage, you can do HU type check when you're doing storage units. Yeah. So in storage unit, the storage unit type is recorded. Okay. So we'll see where the storage unit is. So I hope you're aware, what is storage unit type?
It's really like a sort of container, like the type of pallet, right? Similar like
correct. Type of pallet, right? Similar to what we had also done in our EWM session. We created large carton, small cartons, wire basket, something like that. Okay. So there will be configurations based on.
They use I heard they use in this with this client they use what they call a regular pallet, European pallet, and they use a lot the word skid, but I don't understand the difference between a skid and a pallet.
See, skid is like this is nothing but skid. They call this a skid. This is like some may call it as Euro pallet, some may call it a skid. It's a wooden frame on which the products are kept or the pallet is kept, and they're bubble wrapped.
And what's the difference with a regular pallet? Because to me, this is also a pallet.
Yeah, this is also a pallet. Some company may call this a skid.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I think it was a Canadian user referring it to as a skid.
Yeah. Okay. See here, somebody has said, like a pallet with bottom decks or a skid without bottom. Okay. Horizontal composite platform, shipping multiple material and open pallet, hauling by forklift. So this is a skid mostly for heavy machines.
Skid is a pallet without a bottom deck board.
So it's like something like this, for like a better frame to attach, but it's more or less, it's made of this frame only. It's like a pallet only. See, if you want to go in more detail, you'll find it here. See this. This is how it looks. This is, yeah. No bottom deck, and this is more for strength, and this is more for giving a plain surface for placing the part.
Okay.
But yeah, essentially in DWM there will be different types of pallet type. That's it. Then coming to the other configurations. Okay. So let me take this product and let's look at the WM view.
So Johan, if I understood correctly, we enable sections because we need to tell the system somehow the type and the limitations of the bin, and that only can be accomplished via storage sections. Is that correct?
Not really. Storage is, it's not about limitation. The storage sections basically, see, if you have a storage type, okay, and you have different bins, now you want to group them together. See, the very typical example that we can take is, 1 minute. Very typical example we can take is of, these bins, which are at low level. You want the parts, these are easily accessible, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you want certain parts to directly come here rather than going on top.
Mm-hmm.
So because they are fast moving parts. So these bins which are at low level, we will assign them to one section. So basically we are splitting the storage type, and using sections we are controlling where the product should go and where it should not go.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on to some more config. Picking storage type, batch managed, stock placement. So put away control indicator will direct the product to that storage type, okay, using put away control indicator. Let's see, if TK indicator, what this indicator does. You understand these indicators and the strategies?
Yeah, we will need indicator to allocate the next step, which is the actual definition, the detailed definition of the storage share strategy, right?
Mm-hmm. So here, in the put away strategy, we give a sequence, what should be followed by system. So now we want this product to directly go to 007. We'll see whether the strategy is in place or not. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to come here and check, which strategy, if there is an existing strategy which I can use, we should push the model to 007, or I'll create my own strategy. So this palette storage, it's a put away strategy. Okay. This config. Okay, it's taking some time. Let me open another transaction. So here we can see, I don't see anywhere 007, yeah. So this is a search sequence. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what we can say here is we'll create our own search sequence, our own indicator for the product, and then we'll say, when it comes for put away, it should go into 007. Okay. So I'm going to create a new indicator. So I'm just going to maybe copy this existing one and give a name. Copy this, give name, say pilot storage. Okay. Then for this indicator, we'll give a sequence, what sequence system should follow. So here for this product, we'll see the new indicator now. Not yet. Yeah, pilot goods 007. I say that as 007. Okay, create 007. Yeah, palette storage indicator, but to my surprise, it was giving me a description here as strange. And if you see the description here, it is showing pallet goods. Here I give pallet storage. Stock placement. Yes, we're talking about stock placement only. Okay, now it's coming up correctly.
Oh, yes.
Okay, now here A stands for
Entry and then out
stock
put away, removal. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Entry and put away.
E stands for E stands for put away. So we're going to copy this and say 007. Direct the stock to 007.
And our indicator, right?
Yeah,
We need
and
indicator.
Indicator 007.
I've seen samples where they use 2 or 3 what do you call asterisk on the what does it mean when you put asterisk? Like sometimes I've seen in some places they used 1, 2, 3 asterisks.
So that means, it's a, see, basically if we do it in stock removal, okay, so we do that if at all there are, if we do that if at all there are when you do a removal, stock removal, and you want to search across storage type, so you don't want to give a sequence, you want to do a FIFO, search everywhere.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's like a stringent FIFO.
Okay. Whatever it is, you go there.
Yeah, wherever you find the oldest stock pick, there is no search sequence, search everywhere.
Okay.
Okay. So now let's look at some more configuration before we receive this part. First, let us activate the storage unit management at warehouse level. Make sure it's activated. So this storage unit management is compared to handling unit. This will only be in WM. When you add the stock, when you remove the stock from WM, it goes. It's a pallet ID given within the warehouse. Okay.
Yeah. And this basically, so my understanding, because I was reading it across the week, is that you would like to use one unit when you are interested in tracking across the whole supply chain.
Yeah, you want to give that number, the handling number to your customer, or you get a handling unit number from a supplier. That's where you use handling unit management. So when you get a handling unit number from a supplier, you receive the same number, you don't print it again. Yeah, you use the same handling unit from a supplier, same number. You don't have to again create a handling unit, and the same number gets stored into your warehouse. You'll see that handling unit number in your stock.
Okay. And because we are manufacturing, we don't need to track anything until we have a finished product. That's why handling unit is only at the finished product.
Yeah, it seems you are not using EWM. WM for for finished product, right?
Yes, manufacturing. They said it won't. It's only finished products. They are only taking handling units. The rest of the warehouse is not, and it's understandable. So, we don't need warehouse for manufacturing facility, right?
So will you be responsible for that? Because if they're receiving, it's PP team, that there are transactions for packing and receiving against handling units in PP. So that doesn't come to warehouse management team, if at all they are receiving the finished product with handling units.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll see, we will do the production supply. That time we'll discuss.
So you mean this is only done by IM, at IM level?
IM level, yeah. If they don't keep it in warehouse, they store it in IM. And IM PP has a separate transaction to receive handling units. But yeah, they may, depending on the company, it may come to you as IM or it may not come. Or they may tell you to configure handling unit management for them, something like that. We'll see that solution. Yeah.
Thank you.
So you can see here SU management is active for this warehouse. Then the number ranges are, let's make sure the number ranges also maintained. So yeah, the number ranges are also maintained. It should also have some interval. So interval was 0, 1 and range was 0, 1 and 2. Yeah, 0, 1 is there. Okay. Then defense switch type control, I think you've already done this. The activation of SUT at storage type level. Yes, so in our storage type 001, SUT is active. SUM is active. SUT is different check. Then we're not using this. Okay. It's not used for pallet storage now. Let's come back to the product master. Okay. So now here we need to say, which SUT will be used, which storage unit type will be used. Okay. And how much quantity belongs to one storage unit. So basically, if I'm getting 10, quantity is 100, my per pallet quantity is 10. So I will enter the, the pallet or a skid here, information and how much quantity it is. So what I'm going to do here is I'll try to refer the existing configuration. So this is the configuration for pallet storage. In put-away strategy, you have pallet storage. This is the existing configuration, which I'm going to refer so that, I don't have to, I'm going to use the existing storage unit type. You can create your own storage unit type, like the pallet, the skids, the crates and all. But I'm using the ones which are already created. Yeah, hope that's okay.
Okay.
So yeah, this is basically the strategy, pallet strategy is P, indicator is P is set for 007. Now here you can see the sections. Okay. So the standard system, comes with this config, but yeah, you can change this if you want. Okay. So here we are going to create sections, what section system should create A, B, C, X, Y, Z, and so on. Let's create the sections here.
And the number of sections to be created dynamically will depend on the pallet type, right?
Yeah, that will be here defined in the next config. So here, oops, there is no section here in 001. I'm surprised. So what we'll do, we'll say here, warehouse 001. Okay. We'll have 3 sections, A, B, C. Okay. And we will have number of items. A will say 5, B will say it has 4. And when there are 5, and C I'll say 3. When it is 5, it creates, when it is 5, it creates 5 section. Okay. When it is 4, it creates 4 section, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And when it is 3, it creates 3 section ABC. Or I can also give for 4 section ABC. It's up to me. Okay. How this, I've just kept it same. How this slash, whether it shows /A/B/C, or it shows 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So let's save it. So let's say, this product gets stored into 3 sections. We'll do the next config accordingly. Okay.
So that means section A will hold 5 pallets, section B 4 pallets.
Yeah, section B, 4 pallets, section A, 5 pallets, yeah. C, 3 pallets. Now we need to assign it to a pallet, whether it's a skid or a pallet, what we assign, how many sections we assign, we will decide here. So there are two types of pallets, P1 and P2. Okay, these are two types of pallets, P1 and P2 in the standard system. I'll use the same, yeah. So let's say P1 is a Euro pallet, P2 is a skid or a crate or a normal pallet. So what? Then we also have storage type is warehouse is 001. Storage type is 007. Okay. So P1 number of sections we said is we're going to store it in P1. Number of section we'll say C, that is 3 section, and P2 we'll say B, 4 section. But you also see something like a bin type. Now all bins /o /o/ls11, all bins in 007 should have a bin type. So here you can see in the standard system, so many bins are having bin type P1, and there we can also, some of them we can just do and assign them to P2.
Okay.
You must change and change them to P2. So bins are of 2 types, right? Yeah, bins can be of several types. So here, if you see, there are some bins which are of this size that, we can store 3 and 2, but, sometimes the bins can be of different size. Let's say there is one aisle here, which has, just which is a different bin. So this is P1, for example, which is this size. We have a different size here, kind of P2, where we can only store 2 pallets or 1 pallet. Here it is 3 or 2. Okay. Here it is 3 or 2. Here it will be 2 or 1. Yeah. So the last pallet, because due to pillars, it couldn't, due to pillar, there's a pillar here, due to that, they couldn't have a, bigger size, similar size, enough space or similar size for this one, yeah. So your bins, based on your size, those many bin types will create.
So in this case, for example, the stack 300 should always have this storage bin type for P2, right?
Yeah.
Because physical limitation.
But what we can do is certain pallets, certain big pallets, we can tell them, go to P2, and certain pallets. So basically we can also control, where the product goes here. Now in this case, what we'll say that this pallet, its quantity is 10. Okay. Is it pieces or something? Just give me 1 minute. Let me check. Basic view. We'll come back to this config. So here, bin type P1, if a P1 pallet comes, okay, here we'll design all the rules. Okay. So let's say if it is a P1 pallet so what we can do here is, for example, we have bin type P1, P2. Okay. And we also have pallet type P1 and P2. Okay. So now here we'll set up a combination. We are saying, if P1 comes into P1, okay, SUT, storage type, and let's say pallet type, and I'll say number of sections. So here we define, whether we want to have or we don't want to have. For example, if the palette is coming in, you in palette 1, let's say is skid, palette 2 is create, for example. So here we are saying, in bin P1, if skid comes 3. In palette P1, if crate comes 2. In palette P2, in bin P2 here, I don't want to allow skid. Only want to allow crate. So I'll not maintain an entry for LC number of section 1. I'll not maintain any entry for P1 into P2 into P. I'll not maintain this entry. See, not storage not possible. Because if it comes in skid, I cannot store them here.
Yeah.
Because it is not an optimum, because I cannot store 1.5. It's better to, not store them. Let's all get all the crates only here. So that combination you don't maintain. Okay.
Okay.
So like that, you can control which pallet goes into which type of bin, where it is allowed, and how many sections it will occupy.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it clear?
Yeah.
So now the base unit to measure is ST. I'll come to WM2 view. I'll say we'll receive 100 pieces, and let's say 10 pieces are in one pallet. Yeah.
We need to we need to finish till that configuration, right?
That configuration also, that's opening. So I'm parallelly coming here and maintaining this. So we'll say that it comes into a Euro pallet. Yeah. It comes into a skid. This material. 10 pieces per skid. This is the palletization quantity for this.
Oh, but this is master data, not
This
configuration.
This is for this material we are saying in the master data that this much piece will be coming into a. Now here we also need to define, right? Now this is at a pallet level, but now how much stock is there within one pallet? Like I'm going to receive this material, but system needs to know how many pieces can come into a skid, how many pieces can come into a crate.
Okay.
Okay, so that I'm maintaining it here, that this material comes into crate and 10 pieces or 10 ST are part of one crate. Okay, so now here it tells me that it's not allowed in this warehouse. You're not allowed to store P1 type of pallet. So we'll go and allow this pallet into the warehouse. So basically, when we receive pallets, we have to tell the system, okay, that which pallets are allowed and which pallets are not allowed. Okay. So for example, if a warehouse is a high temperature warehouse, we will not allow plastic pallets into that warehouse, right? So this is a control. So let's do that control, because otherwise it is not allowing us to store the config. So I'll do the setting here somewhere. Yeah. See here in this config, we define all the bin types and storage unit type. I'm already using the existing ones. Okay. So storage unit type is defined over here. So you can see for 001, P1 and P2 are not defined here. So I'll go and copy P1 and P2 from somewhere where it already exists here, like this. Okay.
This particular strategy it's the one that takes longer steps for configuration, right?
Yeah. This and the bulk strategy take a lot of time. Others are, mostly at storage type level. We can do the settings.
But this will bring more flexibility to the warehouse using SU with palletization, right?
Not really,
No?
See, generally, this strategy is not used much because, ideally, business, they have pallet storage, something like this. Like this. every pallet into a storage bin. One bin per pallet. That's how we store. Every bin, just one pallet, that's it. Here one pallet, here one pallet. This is a special strategy, not used everywhere. But this is like a high rack storage. You have one bin per pallet. Always product comes, a next empty bin is given to that pallet, and it keeps on going further. So this is mostly used. And some of these configurations are repeated in that because, like whether you want to allow pallet in this, let's say the storage type is 001, whether you want to allow P1, P2 in 001, or you don't want to allow, that you can control here. That also same configuration will control here.
Okay.
This configuration. So P1, P2, if I want to allow in Euro palette, all these palette configurations will be repeated there. So only difference will be this config. Number of section config that we did here, only this configuration is going to be different. Otherwise, every configuration is we need it for high rack storage also.
Okay.
So only this section piece is coming new. Otherwise, everything else is, if you don't do this section thing, you activate the high rack storage strategy, then the only difference is it's not going to create these temporary sections. It will be just one bin pallet. So generally, warehouses, they design this way, one bin per pallet, it makes it easier for them. So now you're saying, if it is bin type P1, if a Euro pallet is coming, make 3 section. If a crate is, if a skid is coming, make 3 sections. If crate is coming, make 4 sections. So this is the only config for pallet strategy. What other config we did are basically for all the pallets, all the storage type that store handling units or storage units. Okay, so here in this assignment, we say which storage unit. So now here, for example, we have activated storage unit check. We have select that SUT check. Okay, it can be used for high rack. It can be used for bulk storage. It can be used for pallet storage. It can be used in several storages. Okay, you will see several storage have this check activated. Now, what is this configuration which comes up? This storage bin type search. What is this configuration? So once you activated storage type check, config of a storage unit type check is mandatory. So what it does, it tells the system first which pallets. When I say pallet, it means the SU type. Yeah. Yeah. Which pallet is allowed in warehouse, and which pallet is then allowed in storage type. Because it may be allowed in the warehouse, but it may not be allowed in some areas. Like the plastic pallet may be allowed in the warehouse, but not in certain storage type. Which pallet is allowed in which storage type? Okay, so that becomes important. So basically, in high rack pallet, which pallet types are allowed, and then which bin types those pallets will be stored. Right. So now, if you visualize it, you have a pallet. Now you say, okay, it's allowed in the warehouse. First criteria passed. Second criteria is allowed in storage type. Yes, passed. Now, which bin type? No, we have several types of bin: P1, P2, small bin, large bin. So which bin type it is allowed? That check we did here, right? I told you I'm not going to maintain P1 into P2, P2 into P2 kind of. I said I'm not going to have a P2 storage in P1 kind of bin. Yeah. this combination I said I'm not going to have this combination. So this is where I control, which bin the product is allowed and which bin the product is not allowed. Sorry, which bin the pallet is allowed and which bin the pallet is not allowed. So these three configurations, we have to do once we activate SUT. SUT means activation of pallet storage into a warehouse. So then the pallet type and bin type, they play a very important role.
Okay.
So here you can see in 001, 007, it is saying, E1 is allowed, E2 is allowed, IP is allowed. That means this is the second config here. Okay. But P1 and P2 are not allowed in standard system. So I'm going to allow P1 and P2 also here. So similar config is there. 001 is a high rack storage. Similar config is there for high rack storage also.
And the sequence is relevant also, Johan?
Sequence is not important here.
Okay. Everything started with U1, but this is just because
it's basically allowing, it's allowing, Okay, so the changes. Okay, now in which bin type, this is the third thing, which bin type, which pallet is allowed. So we have given here the sections, which number of sections, but P2 is not allowed in P1. That config can also be done here. So as I said, this configuration is common for all strategies. Okay. For pallet strategy, we have this additional configuration, but for high rack bulk, they use this configuration to control which pallet is allowed in which bin. So far, what we have done is a list on all the configs master data and config we have done is master data first. In material master, by the time it gets saved, let us do a recap before we start testing. Master data in only material master we have maintained. Okay. We have maintained the stock put away indicator. Yeah. And then we have maintained the palletization quantity. Okay. And what else you have done? That's it in terms of configuration. What we did today so far, we have created a put away control indicator. That's PASI. Then we assigned a search sequence to it. And then the next setting was here in the master data. Okay. Then we went to pallet storage configuration. So we in storage type 007, we first activated SUM because it was inactive, storage unit management. Okay. Then what we did, we created sections for pallet storage. And we assigned those sections to pallet storage. And now we are doing the third set of config, which is SUT check. This one. This config was strategy, part of strategy. This config was only for pallet storage. And now we are doing SUT check, where we are doing this three things. Yeah, I hope you're clear now where we are.
Yes. It was a little more extensive than expected, but it's fine. Yeah, the recap is good.
Yeah, so the reason, we are using, we are basically, this store warehouse does not have the setup in place. Otherwise, if everything is in place, then it's really quick. Now here, what you can do is, I'll say warehouse 001 or 001, and if the palette is storage unit palette is B1, storage unit type. So storage unit type is this is bin type. So if a palette comes in P1, I want to allow it in P1 and P2. If a palette comes in P2, I only want to allow it in, if a palette comes in P2, I only want to allow it in P2. I don't want to allow it in P1. So I'll only maintain P2 here. So if you go for another warehouse, if you go for, another storage type, let's say, if you go for the high rack storage, all these configs will be valid. Just we don't need this config for pallet storage. This will be still required, and this will still be required. We'll see, if we are testing any other inbound, we'll try to do a high rack storage test also. That's what is mostly used, in warehouses. The config that is already done. Master data. Save it now.
The server is based in India.
Yeah, it is based in
It's
India.
11:45. This is only Indian time.
Yeah. P2, it is saying not allowed. Go into the setting here. P2 bin type is not allowed, it says. You can see somebody has created P1 but hasn't created P2. The only reason, I took this server because or this warehouse for testing, because it had some data, and then I manually closed all the periods since 2015. I made it working. I test some inbounds, outbounds.
Oh,
The very first system I got, I kind of configured it to work.
you will grant me access for my exercises here, Johan?
Yeah, you will have access to the system. So I'll be sharing this data sheet, I like how I used to share in WM, this has all the data here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think we are discussing this today. Now it will store the config. P2 goes only in P2. P2, we don't allow P1. So here we have completed all our configuration. Now it's time to test. And what I'll do is I will create a good receipt. My goal, let me see. With I'll not get a purchase order. Let me do a quick receipt with 501 movement type just to see, how the put away works in the warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
We can also receive against a purchase order, but I'm not trying to do that today. The behavior should be same.
As a good practice, always a good receipt should come with inbound delivery, right? This is a very this is best practice as per SAP.
No,
Not really.
And you can also work without inbound delivery as well. See, basically, if the main problem with EWM is, it needs inbound delivery, but WM doesn't need inbound delivery. You can directly use MyGo. So if your vendor is not giving you ASNs, then you don't need to, you don't need to still create inbound delivery. You can directly go in MyGo and create your goods movement.
Oh, okay. Now I know they will use inbound delivery because I think pharma have been a very very controlled practice, they will use ASNs from most vendors or packagers.
Okay, that's fine. Even if it's inbound delivery, we can still create them and use them. So let me do a 501 and see. If not, then I'll get a purchase order and do the receipt. Okay, just come out of this transaction because server team is saying restarted transaction speed is up. Okay, it's better now. So here you can see the palletization quantity has come up.
Yeah.
Okay, and posted.
So this thing can mean boxes, baskets, or whatever, right? In the quantity. So SUT stands for the pallet. So one P1 pallet can contain 10, but the 10 can mean boxes or cartoons or liters, whatever, right? So the 10 doesn't necessarily means 10, because this is confusing sometimes, because when you say 10 what, so we need to refer to the base unit of measure for the material, right?
Yeah, you see, yeah, we maintain the conversion, for how much it takes for 1 unit of measure. That's correct. Yeah. So this is 10 ST into 1 pallet. That is a conversion.
Okay, you went okay.
So now system will try to create a TO. Yeah, right? What is TO?
Not first transfer requirement, right?
Yeah, so transfer requirement system has created. I will show you the TO number. That is created in the background.
Yeah, it got created in the background, correct. Yes. You are correct.
TR got created, and now automatically, system is now taking us to a transaction where we can create a TO. And I'll say foreground.
Yeah, it's got there. Destination 007, section A. It's coming from storage, interim storage 902, destination 007.
Yeah, now you can see system is creating counts here, storage units here. This is our storage unit here. So 10 piece section A, the same bin now section B, a different SU, section C, different SU. Again, it will keep on creating SUs for each. See, so many SUs, and it is creating 333 section in one bin. All are in P1.
So how many did you enter on the movement type 561?
How many?
Yeah, I think.
How many jointers? I didn't get your question. Sorry.
How much was the quantity when you did
100? It was 100, and per.
Okay. So
per
10 items of
10.
Yes, correct.
So 10 pallets, and they go into 10 bins. 4 bins. First bin it created 3 sections. Second bin it created 3 sections. Third bin it created 3 sections. Fourth bin it created 1 section.
Okay.
Okay. Now when we remove it, these sections will keep on getting deleted. That's how the pallet strategy works. Okay. I'll say generate plus next. I'll save the TO. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For now, I'll confirm the TO here itself in this desktop itself. As we go ahead, we'll see other ways of confirming the TO. The TO number is 203. We have transaction LT12 to confirm a TO. So what confirmation does, through confirmation, we tell the system that, that we have placed a part into that bin. Now, this is still in the WE zone, which is like a GR area. And now when we place the part into the final bin, the TO gets confirmed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So after we confirm the TO, we'll see the stock. Now you can see in 007, there are 100 pieces. You go in detail, you see the storage unit numbers. Yeah, which storage unit is stored in that. So basically storage unit is number given to each pallet, each skid, or each crate, whatever. So that is what is storage unit all about. And once you take the stock out of the warehouse, this number gets deleted.
Okay, and then within the warehouse, we have to print the label for storage unit because we don't have handling units, right? So there is a specific transaction for controlling the printing of this. I know this is another topic. It's just I just want to be aware of.
Yeah, we will discuss about printing of storage units or any other WM object. How do you print them?
Mm-hmm.
At which stage? So generally we print it. We can print at TO level. We can print at a storage unit level. We'll discuss that as we go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
So this was pallet strategy. Any question? Are we clear on this one? We did one put away into the pallet storage. This is, if we got our SU management active, we have a storage type, we have SUs now. Similar, setup we will do for other storage types and try to create more and more SUs as and when we go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Of course, I need to go again to the whole exercise and let's see if they can. Yeah, let's see if they can grant me access by this weekend. Mm-hmm. Do I need to raise this ticket within the LMS tool, right?
Yes. Yes.
And they will know the details, like the name of the server and from which server we are taking the.
So we have. Let's talk about tomorrow in terms of some more strategies. Yeah. So this we discussed about a pallet strategy. Let's talk about more strategies. Since we have started strategy, we have started discussion about we have started discussion on the pallet strategy. Let's look at the other strategies, discuss them. What is FIFO, LIFO? Okay, there is no such strategy like HU or SU. Strategies remain same irrespective of HUs and SU. So today we have covered one strategy. Let's discuss other strategies tomorrow.
Like high rack, you mean? High rack and maybe bulk?
Yeah, we can discuss them. Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll discuss all of them, and then we'll go to the config for high rack and bulk. Okay. What are the additional configuration required? So this we'll cover tomorrow, and then maybe we will spend more time on the labeling and RF next week, maybe.
Yeah, labeling. I think this is particular. From what they asked me on the interview, there's a lot of issues around labeling because there's a particular brand which uses generic labels, and only when the actual client is sending out. It's like they have a demand per season, so only when they have the actual trade that will go into the label, I think they will use something like what they call revision level for the packaging material in order to create a different label. Mm-hmm. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
I think this Okay. I think this is basically what I will face in the workshops. Workshops will start.
Yeah,
Not
workshops.
not this week, but the week after, because we're gonna first go into integration with production planning, procurement, and on the second week we will start first topics on around warehouse discussion.
Okay.
So I still have. I would like. Yeah, I think by next Saturday we'll be able to talk more in detail about leveling. I will feel more comfortable with my workshops.
Yeah, you should be comfortable with strategies to start with, because there'll be a lot of
Yeah.
questions out as Stockholm. So let's focus on strategy tomorrow again, and then we can slowly, picking and yeah, we'll slowly pick up other topics. Then we'll pick up picking, quality, and then production. Let's complete the inbound and outbound strategies because the same is applicable for all scenarios.
Okay, we'll do also tomorrow outbound, right? For at least one of these strategies. Well, I don't think there's too much. There is not too much difference. It's just no. There will be some difference.
Yeah, we'll go through the configs and we'll see how the strategies are configured first. Okay, and then we'll decide, pick and choose one or two strategies we'll test. Others you can test it out yourself. Okay, one or two which we feel we should go together. Others you can practice yourself, and then you can discuss if you're stuck somewhere.
Okay.
I'll tell you the ones which should be a priority, which will definitely be there. Not all strategies are used everywhere. Like if I thought you're specifically looking for palette, I would have not suggested you to go through palette strategy. It's not used everywhere. So, but yeah, that's fine. It's always good to know. And obviously, by covering palette, we have almost covered 80-90% of bulk and high rack. So we'll continue our discussion tomorrow on those two strategies.
Okay.
So these are the configs for palette strategy. Tomorrow we'll discuss the configs for others also.
Okay. Johan, I know that you want to discuss furthermore on put away strategies, because as you told me, maybe palette is not so representative, although I believe it will be used, or somehow a variant of that will be used in I will get to know within the next 2 weeks. On my Thursday workshop, one user reviewing with the integration with production. When receiving on the warehouse levels, like the actual packaging levels, on the inbound, there goes a revision level for certain materials. Can you later on, if you can spare me 5 or 10 minutes to let me know which portion of configuration do I need to do for in order to take that process in place?
For which scenario you're saying?
Like when we're receiving into warehouse packaging materials, because certain brands are generic. Say, for example, they have a long-term sales, like 1 year contract for a certain vendor client, so they have to do certain modifications on the level. So I think this is called revision. Is that correct? You call that revision? Because they were trying to explain. I have never done it, but they show an example when they were doing the inbound, and for the levels they were going into the in the inbound, they were going into certain field called revision. I think it's an additional tab. Are you familiar with that process? What is the needful over there prior to receiving into the warehouse such materials? Like, or maybe it's not WM related.
It's not WM related, because. So let's try to put it in terms of an example. So can you please tell me in terms of a product? Let's say we have a product.
Yeah.
TS-M02. Okay. So what you're expecting for this product?
Okay, and the labels that go in the container, the packaging labels.
Packaging labels. Okay. So this let's say 3 levels, yeah.
I think for some reason they do a revision. I don't know if that revision means that it needs to be larger, or maybe the ink, or some attribute regarding to the way they're gonna print the material, the actual packaging label goes into revision. So when they do the receipt in the inbound prior to the warehousing, they go into the inbound, and I remember I saw a field called revision level or something like revision before receiving the actual packaging labels. And the thing is, they want me to do an example, and maybe within the next week. So I was not aware what is the needful for on the configuration side. So I don't know if this is related or non-related to the inbound warehouse process. Okay, let's do this. If I will try to find. I think it's more,
because it seems it's like a custom setting.
Yeah.
I mean, which which they have custom process, which they have.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if you can take some screenshots from their system, we can check. Okay. Because whenever you try to receive a product, then the packaging material is added. For example, this product is packed into a, let's say, crate. Okay, so if crate is a validated material, your inbound delivery, can have 2 line items. Line 1 will be -M0K. Line 2 will be your crate, which will also have another packaging material, let's say PAL. So inbound, so basically you receive this product inventory as well.
Yeah.
1 minute. The system is not working. I'm trying to coordinate with the team.
Just got scared that it got freeze like.
No, I just got a message.
Johan, do you happen to use MacBook? Or do you carry a Mac?
No, I don't use Mac. Yeah.
I trying to set up the access to the server, and it brings me an error. It says cannot open SAP WM revision 7.5, and I think it's related to the Java utility. It's called. I think the version is very specific.
Let me finish this. Communications. Okay. Yeah, you send your error message, because maybe there might be some local the basis settings may be required, which they will confirm, looking at the message. So this for this, you take some screenshots, because there is no such provision in standard where you can enter revision and you're entering the delivery. It is custom. You try to add some, try to get some details about the process and some screenshots, where do you see the levels and all. Then I can check and tell you whether it's possible or it's something which is standard. It's not possible.
Yeah, because I am only, and this first week was only Teams meeting, Microsoft Teams meeting. So I'm not able to screenshot every screen, because sometimes the discussion goes slow, sometimes the discussion goes just quick mention. But it happened that I saw this field is called revision.
So let us continue. So excuse me. So now here, we have so many strategies. I'll just tell you the the important ones which I used, in inbound and outbound. And for which strategy, what is the purpose and what configurations are required. Okay. And for stock removal, these are the ones. So here you can see it's a manual stock placement. Okay. So manual stock placement, it is basically, there's no strategy here. Okay, in inbound. Whenever we receive the parts. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, basically you decide.
Yeah, you manually give the bin. Yeah. Bin details are entered manually. So when we try to put away or when we try to create a TO, we give the bin information manually. Okay, so user decides. Yeah. So you are aware of the config that we discussed yesterday, how the storage type source sequence works and how we push the product to a certain storage type, right?
Right. We start with an indicator and then we provide the sequence in the strategy.
Yeah, that's great.
And then if we require further subdivision, we go into the storage section config.
Yeah, that's correct. So there is no additional configuration in this strategy. Okay. So this strategy is just, manual one. Okay. So I'll not take this strategy because this is not used much. Dynamic, this is some advanced strategy which requires some additional settings or some additional functionalities. These are the standard ones. So yesterday we discussed about the pallet strategy, which is basically a stock put-away strategy P. Okay, so let me see the storage unit type. Okay, so here we discussed the storage bin is divided into section and basically, and we have an SUR mandatory here because it's basically how the pallets are stored here. SU check, I mean, so palletization is mandatory. I'll not say SU, but your palletization, that which product comes into which pallet type, all the settings are mandatory. Okay. So we discussed this yesterday. I'll one by one take the other ones. Okay. So the next one I'll say is simple one. So additional config. So we need to, so basically when the put away in the stock put away and stock removal, okay, we do a three configs, yeah, 3 configs as part of strategy. Okay.
Yes.
First is storage type determination. Second is storage section determination. If you're using storage sections, if you have many storage sections, then we use storage section determination. And the third one is storage unit determination. So this is the third one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the third one is optional. So I'll say third one is what we exactly call it in system. I'll tell you, we call this as strategies, storage, bin type check. Yeah, so these 3 are the important one. So storage, bin type check. Okay, so here in this case, I'll say what configs are required. Storage bin type check, and we also need the configuration here, where we come here, strategies, here define strategy for pallets. Okay, so in put-away strategies, each bin have some of the other configuration. So we'll see. Define strategy for pallets at the configure. Define strategy for pallets. That's what we did yesterday. Okay, so then let's go to the next one, which is the most important one is next empty bin. Okay, so in next empty bin, you can see there is no other config. Okay, if you come here in this node, there is no config. This is the same indicator where it's basically the same storage type. Okay, so there is no configuration here. Okay, and what is the purpose of this? This is used to so always when the product comes into a storage type, okay, let me find out a storage type which has next empty bin setup. Here, the rack storage has next empty bin. Okay, so what it means, I was explaining you this example yesterday. You have a rack, and in the rack, always the system will look for empty bin all the time, right? So this is the rack. So if the product is kept here, let's say a pallet SU100 is here, the next receipt I do, it will go into another bin. The next receipt I do, HU5000 or something, SU3000, 5000, it will go to another bin. It will never add stock into the same bin. Okay, so the reason is simple. You can imagine this. You can imagine this kind of a storage. Yeah. This kind of storage where the pallet boxes are made of they are packed, and they're made of a size that perfectly fits into a bin. Yeah. So here also one pallet. So there is no partition, but they are separate bins. Here you will see a barcode. Here you will see a barcode, and you will store separate parts separately into that. Okay. So here also you can see. So your racks, I think I would say 90% of the time they follow this strategy everywhere. Okay. So first attempt should be to see if that's why the SAP also the first strategy they've mentioned is high rack storage for the first storage type. Because the application wise you'll see it everywhere. Okay. So here now we'll see what are the no configuration and what is the description or what is the benefit of this used for racks. Okay, and always takes the next empty bin and it has and with no addition of stock. Okay, so additional configuration. So these configurations will be valid. Okay, this configuration will be valid for everyone. Okay, this is as a optional. Whenever you optional, and this is mandatory. Okay, so these settings will be applicable for when I say no configuration, it means no configuration specific to that strategy, but this config is applicable for all the strategies, put away and remove. Okay.
Yes.
So this is the strategy for addition, the empty bin strategy. Okay, so no addition of stock, always look for a new bin. It's very straightforward. Now, the next one I would say is
And we should expect that in the pharma industry, right? Because we don't mix products. So it's only natural to use next MTB.
Yeah.
I expect that to be the case.
Yes. So if you're the moment you use pallets, this strategy will be used almost everywhere, I would say.
Okay.
Then if you're using racks, I would say, if you're using racks, this strategy will be used everywhere.
Okay, this is understandable on the raw materials and maybe on the packaging. But since this is since this is also a manufacturing site, what will happen to the MROs and the operationals? Because they will need spare parts and some to operate the manufacturing site. So those usually how do you you tell me what will be the best practice if, for example, we don't make a full pallet of spares, right, or operationals. So maybe we want to mix that. That will be different, right?
Yeah, that will be different. I'll come to that strategy. That will be like an open storage.
Okay.
So let's talk about the next one. Addition to stock, that will be confirmed here almost. So in next addition to stock, see it is used when let's see which strategy has that, which storage type has addition to stock. IE. We go for IE. I think no one has addition to stock. Okay, so now addition to standard one, nobody has it. So what addition to stock does is, for addition to stock, apart from this, if you see here, there is no other configuration. Here we can go here. It will take us to the same node. Okay, so no additional configuration. So in addition to stock, what happens? System. Okay, no additional configuration, but yeah, this no. But we need to activate capacity check. Okay, capacity check is important because capacity check means it's not required to config, but you need to put how much is the maximum capacity of a bin. Okay, how much weight it can sustain, how much maximum volume it can sustain. Why I say that? Because when we are trying to add stock into bin, okay, let's say we have a rack here, very small rack, and in this rack we have a product M-01, 10 pieces. Okay, now when I receive another pallet of M-01, 10 pieces, the system will try to add stock here always. Now the challenge in this is, if we keep on adding stock, let's say there are 10 pallets, all 10 will go here. So you need to cut off somewhere. That's where you need to put your capacities. Let's stop after so many number of putaways, or so much quantity, or so much volume. So addition to stock will always look for bins with always look to add stock in the bin where the stock already exists. Okay, if the stock does not exist, let's say if the product comes first time and this storage type it has to go, there is no stock here, then it will take a next empty bin and it will put it here. Okay. So basically, in addition to stock, bin capacity check is important, and if no empty bin found, you'll find all the detailed description in help, for each of the strategies. I'm just trying to give you the important pointers. Empty bin found, then goes to next empty bin strategy. Okay, so here in this case, the application wise we see less of these strategies because it requires capacity check. Now if the business their products are such that you can measure their capacity, then it makes sense, but if you can't measure, if it's a big bin, then so for example, maybe if you have some liquid storage, you know the how much volume it can sustain, and it's okay to keep on adding liquid into the old batch and new batch. But sometimes the company may not allow that because you're mixing old batch with new batch, which is not allowed for that company for those kind of products. And this addition to stock will have an impact on your FIFO strategies. Okay, so in FIFO strategy means when you're trying to put away in a same bin, let's say M-O 110 piece, and again you kept on adding 10, 20, 30 piece. System doesn't know which one is the oldest stock, or user doesn't know which one is the oldest. He can pick any stock. Let's say the stock came first of the month and the last day of the month. He might pick the stock of last day of the month, right? Because you're mixing the stock physically. He doesn't know which one is new, which one is old. Yeah. So it has an impact on FIFO. So that's why this is the mostly used strategy in outbound. So that's why this has some limitation, because only the companies which are not using FIFO, the company may say, hey, that's fine, we have so much volume. Every 2 days our bins are empty. So it doesn't matter to us, FIFO doesn't matter to us for these parts. Then you say, okay, you can use that additional stock.
Okay. Can you put a note over there? Like, it's restricted to?
Bins are restricted to stock not requiring FIFO. Okay. Now I'll take you.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary function of SAP Warehouse Management, WM? Option A, manage production schedules. Option B, control the movement and storage of materials within a warehouse. Option C, handle customer relationship management. Option D, manage employee performance. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to streamline your supply management? Our SAP Integration WM process guidance training is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Integration WM. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you every step of the way. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget-friendly. Ready to master SAP Integration WM? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
To some other strategies. Okay. Fixed and near picking bin. Near fixed bin. Oh, near picking bin. Okay, yeah. These are the two strategies. Okay, which we use. Fixed bins are used a lot. So you are aware.
Maybe I should ask right now, because I'm trying to hold a question, but I think it's relevant to do it now.
No problem.
For example, I know everything will come mostly in storage unit, because being pharma, I think they cannot, manufacturer and packaging vendors and all sort of vendors will have a SU. That means non-mixed material. So that will be a pallet, and it can perfectly go into the next empty bin. But there's also a restriction, because they use two different pallets. They use Euro pallet, and then they have another sort of pallet. And I remember this because someone was saying that they have pallets with different height, pallets and bins with different height. So how we combine the next empty bin with the restriction of bin height? What will be the configuration steps to combine those requirements on the warehouse?
So bins with different heights, it will come here. So here in this configuration, we create bin types. If you remember, we created bin type P1, P2 yesterday.
Okay, so that means that first of all, I will use same strategy like we are suggesting, next empty bin.
Yes, next empty bin.
And additionally, I will have to create. How do I continue? What's okay? I'm on the notes of the configuration. So first, we do the initial requirement for all strategies. Those two types.
Yeah. Then you create bin types. Each bin type for each height of different size of bin.
Oh, okay.
So here you can see bin of height 1, 2, 3 meter, right? Similar to that, you have to create different bin types. And then here, if you remember, we said, which pallets are allowed in which bin type, which pallet type is allowed in which bin type. So if it is coming into crate, it will only get stored into lower level bins. So lower level bins will have E1 bin type, for example.
Oh, okay. So that will depend on the master data of the material. So the material will say what type of data, and then via the master data, I will need to determine the type of bin that is fitable for this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, correct. I was trying to link the concepts all together.
Yeah. That's fine. So now, okay. So we're discussing about the strategies. Yeah. So now the next strategy I want to discuss is the fixed bin strategy. Okay. So fixed bin strategy, you're aware what is fixed bin strategy?
No.
Okay, in EWM also we discussed it.
Yes, I know. I remember. Like for example, we use maybe in very sensible material which needs to be placed in a particular storage condition. Maybe we can fix that for that because we require a specific dimension and maybe room temperature. So that can be always a fixed bin for certain materials.
Okay. So fixed bin, this is one reason. There is another reason, important reason for using fixed bin is ease of picking, because there's a dedicated bin for a product, so it becomes easy to pick. When you go to Walmart, you know exactly where the biscuits are kept, where milk is kept, and when you go to milk, 1 pint, 2 pint, where those exact location of those milks are, or you go to buy some bread, you know exactly which bread you'll get, right? So the bins are identified and the products are basically fixed for those bins. So when you do the picking for production or outbound, the users also, they know exactly, they'll with the time they'll also know exactly which location which product is kept. Okay, so see here, when we use fixed bin, then we also have to think about how we are going to utilize those fixed bins, right? So for example, if we see this storage, this is a high rack storage, okay?
Yes.
And this is in this high rack storage, and then there is a storage type 001, and then there is another storage type here. Let's say standard storage type for fixed bin is 005. So what happens is you have two options when you work with fixed bins. One, when a pallet comes, SU 1000 comes, you can take SU 1000 directly to the fixed bin of the product. Let's say this is the fixed bin of the product, M-01, and there are 10 pieces here. So you can directly take this pallet here to the fixed bin, or you can take this pallet here and take it to a high rack storage, and then from there to this area you do a replenishment. Right? So when Walmart might be getting these parts, breads and all, they don't directly come from vendors into their shelves. They might be storing it somewhere. It's a warehouse, a big pallet. And then when the level of bread or level of milk goes down, they get it from those shelves. So they get a pallet from there and then they refill it. So that process is called as replenishment. So when we talk about fixed bins, replenishment, you need to check with them how the bin stock will be added. So it is fine, so, see, when you have agreement with your vendors and this bin is big, you keep on adding stock. But sometimes, your bin may not be that sufficient to have 10, 20 pallets, right? So you may store them elsewhere and then refill them through replenishment process.
Okay, makes sense.
So here, the configuration wise, we don't have any configuration as such, but there is one important point we need to consider is where to assign the fixed bin to a product.
This is master data, right? On the storage location, I believe.
It's in the WM, it's in the storage type level. We see that. Yeah? Sorry, in WM, it is at storage type level.
We also have it in inventory management.
That is different. It's different.
It's different? Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Did you change this yesterday? Okay, whatever it is. So here you can see there's a storage bin in fixed bin storage is 005, and here you can assign a fixed bin to the product. So always go into that bin. Like this. So here in EWM we had the option to assign multiple fixed bin to a product, but here we only assign one fixed bin to a product. Okay. Product to bin assignment, no other config. Okay. Now the next one is product always goes into fixed bin. So when you say fixed bin, it will always go to 005. That's it. Look for whenever the stock, as per strategy, if you say take the stock to storage type 005, okay, in the storage type determination in the product we maintain that it should go to storage type, it will always go here in the storage type. Okay. So in this there is another story. So this is one arrangement, right? For fixed bin we discussed about two arrangement. Number one, we said stock always goes into 005. The other option is stock goes into 001 and it will replenish 005. Yeah. So the second arrangement is called as near picking bin strategy. So system checks what is the fixed bin and it will go here, right? It will go here, but why near? Say in rack this product, let's say as per the strategy, it goes here in inbound 001. It will find any bin and it will store. What this near fixed bin says, see, always look for a bin which is closer to the fixed bin. So when the stock I've received 10 pallets of M-01, okay, SU01, SU02, SU03. So I've received 10 pallets. Yeah. Now These bins are already full. Let's say these bins are already full. Let me put them in a color. Okay, these bins are full because something else is stored into those bins. And then let me say till here the bins are full. Okay, so now the product when it comes, it has S2000, which is a different product. SU01 when it comes, where this SU01, what should be the most optimized storage to store this in case of near fixed bin? The most optimized will be here. Why? Because it will be easy to replenish, easy to refill this from, because it's closer. The next one should go here. So system what it does, it tries to place the part as close as possible to the fixed bin. It will not keep it here or here because the distance is too much from the fixed bin. So system checks which is the closest, where it is closest to the fixed bin.
Okay.
Which location is closest to the fixed bin?
How does the system get to know that intelligence? Because it only knows it only knows the coordinates of the bins, right?
We know aisle stack level. Yeah.
Yeah.
So through that it knows which aisle it is, which stack. So it will try to get the stock into the same aisle first and into the same stack, and then accordingly it will take the levels starting from down. So for that, we have another config here also. You can control some things. But if you have maintained aisle stack level for the bins, it will be able to recognize. But what we need to do in config, why only 001? Why not there is a relationship between 1 and 5 and 2, 5 and 3 storage type? Why between only 5 and 1? So we have to set up a partnership that there's a relation between this. This is a near fixed bin for this bin.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
So here you have that config. So the activation, storage type control, I think this is also already maintained. So here we can give information like this is the warehouse. This is the reference storage type. Okay. So reference means from where we set up a relationship between them. Like if this is the warehouse, if I want to do this config, okay, I'll say fixed bin, a near fixed bin in which storage type. I think we don't have anything. Let me put something in. Let's say there is so we need to copy any one of them and make changes of near fixed bin. So let's say this is a near fixed bin. Okay, let's take this example. It will give me an error. Okay, so here I'm going to say this is the reference 005 for this one. Or this is the this is the reference storage type from where it will be picked. 005 and this should be 001. Otherwise, sorry. 005 and here I'll say 001. This kind of relationship has to be maintained here. And then here you give a structure of bin. Okay. So what is bin structure? Are you aware of bin structure?
Like how do I make the mask for the coordinates?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So here you can see. You remember we did similar in WM also. A, B, B, C, C.
Yes.
AA stands for. So this is the structure. So you need to. So looking at the bin name, they'll be able to identify what is the stack, what is the level, what is the what is this information, where exactly to store. It can be identified from the structure. So based on the structure, the bin name will be read, and system will be able to find what is the stack, what is the level, what is the aisle information.
Okay.
So you need to maintain. So so basically, if my bin is 001.01.004, so now system should look at this and should recognize that this is aisle, this is stack, this is level. So we need aisle stack level information, right? So that system knows. So there is partnership between this, and then IL stack level system will read for this one, and then it will try to find out what is the closest bin below to that IL stack level. So we need to know IL stack level of this and this, and then system will be able to calculate, and then there should be a relationship between these two.
But storage type 001, how will the system know it's not in another building or within the same building or?
It will.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the coordinates, and maybe this is easy part to understand. But how? Okay.
Okay, I'll tell you how it is. You made a good point. You said, "Oh, this is industry can be. It can be different building. It can be different room. How far it is. IL stack levels. We have to name them. But I'll tell you one arrangement which we generally see. This storage type 005, okay, this storage type 005 and this high rack is actually one big rack. Okay, it is actually most of the times it is actually one big rack. The low level bins are fixed bin, and the above level bins are the bins from where above level bins are the reserve bins. So have you seen Costco? The retail Costco where you go and buy stuff in US?
Yes. Okay. Correct.
So Costco uses this. You might have seen low level, you have a pallet which is open, but on top there are bigger pallets which are kept on higher level. Have you noticed that?
Okay. Okay. So in order to use this strategy efficiently, you have to have this sort of physical distribution. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, right?
No, it makes sense. See, in case of Walmart, you have a fixed bin which is in a different area. The warehouse is maybe at the back of the display area. In that cases, it makes sense if they are far. But this is also a possibility that like a Costco kind of arrangement can also happen where, see, that we don't have to decide. We have to look at their storage, how they are storing. So when you visit their warehouse, they will tell you that this is how you tell them how this bin is. Okay, how do you assign bin here? How you want system to place the bin here? Okay, so the product always supposed to get picked from here. That means it's a fixed bin storage. That means always going to be picked from there. Okay. Then do you always receive into that bin? No, we receive it there and then we bring it here. That means you're going to do a replenishment process here and you're going to do this kind of arrangement. How system knows it should go to rack? Okay. Okay, the big pallets, they come to the rack. Okay. So then if it is at a different location, then we don't need to use near fixed bin. But if it has this kind of arrangement, then near fixed bin makes sense. If it has a Costco kind of arrangement, then you use near fixed bin strategy. But if it has a if it has a Walmart kind of arrangement, then you use for a high rack you use next empty bin, and for your fixed bin you don't use any strategy. You take from there and bring it here, because if Walmart, it is very far, you cannot calculate the distance, right? I understand where you're coming.
Yes.
Yeah, that time your distance at Nile stack level doesn't make any sense because it's very far. You take from the first tile or fifth tile, you still have to travel. That distance is very less, but your travel distance is 10-20 meters from that area to this area. That is a major chunk of. So you don't want to do anything there. But in this Costco kind of arrangement, this near fixed bin strategies can be used.
Okay.
Okay. So physically it's one rack, but the low levels are fixed bins, the above levels are reserve areas, or near fixed bin.
Okay. So just on the configuration, 005 will go first on the first screen of the configuration on the detail. Like which one is the reference?
Yeah, let's look into that because I thought there was some reference here. It will tell us, which is a fixed bin. Yeah, 005 reference to the step. Yeah, 005 will be here, and the reference will be 001 from where you.
From where we do the replenishment.
Yeah. Just check in our system, if in case with this setting, maintain this, it should work. But yeah, if it doesn't work, then tell me. Yeah.
Okay.
Then there are some more settings like search width per level. That means, how wide you want the system to search. Like just check three width. So this is the width. Just check in 3 width or 4, or maybe check all the aisles and find out. These are optional settings. We don't maintain them generally. This is enough.
Okay.
This is mostly used in automobiles. I haven't seen it in pharma, but yeah, if it comes, then this is a strategy we need to make. Okay. So for this, we need to do a configuration which is near config for relationship, yeah, so that you can remember. And look for the description. Look for bin closer to the fixed bin. And then a replenishment process is also required to bring it from up to down, yeah. Required to be mapped, yeah. So I'm not maintaining replenishment as a config for this because replenishment is a different process itself. Now let's come to the open storage. Open storage is very simple, no other configuration, straightforward. Open storage is going to be used for your big parts, like you have in a shade, you have pipes, you have castings and all those kind of big bulky parts.
Okay.
Generally it has just one bin, one huge bin with all mixed products. 1 or 2 bins maximum. So basically open storage is like you sometimes have open shade or yard where you put all your like steel rolls and all those things. These parts you don't need to put, there are no bins. You don't need many bin identification in that area because physically looking at that you can find details. So there are warehouses, they store panels, some kind of panel, so for example, for a car, the body the body of the car, that is nothing but your that those bodies will be kept, and they will be kept in open storage. So this is again an important strategy used where you mix parts, and it's like it's like storage location, right? You see stock in one, like in one store location, you see the stock, the entire store location. Same in one storage tab, you will see so many products, so many SUs. There is no issue at all. They all are kept together without any issue. Okay, then let's come to the bulk strategy. Okay, so bulk strategy, are you aware of bulk strategy?
It will be more like if we don't have containers, for example, like sand or cement, or they might use it like, for example, big room, and on the floor they will place the bulk, like
that will be open storage.
That can be open storage.
Yeah. So bulk storage is basically, you know, this where we don't have rackings. The pallets are basically self-racking pallets, or the pallets are, you know, designed in such a way that they can take weight of few more pallets on top, or you know, the pallets can so for example, the pallet
Oh, I
can
see, I
fit in another
see.
pallet above it.
So there is no structure, but still you have a way of putting away in orderly fashion. Like in this case, all pallets fit one above the other, correct?
Yeah. So do you make a structure here? We call it as a structure. Like how wide it will go, how deep it will go, how high it will go. So in this storage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 deep and 4 high. So total 32 pallets can be kept into one bin. So what is a bin here? Bin is one lane marking. So you can see these lane markings here.
Okay.
So this width is one lane marking. So one entire lane is one bin on the floor.
Okay.
So here you can see, you know, there are lane markings here. So one complete lane, straight lane is one bin in SAP. So if you look at the storage, it looks something like this. If you look, you know, there will be from front, it will look like this. Okay. So this is how, you know, it will look like. So this will be like 8 deep. Here's top view, and it will be some, you know, bulk storage. Okay, it will be 8 deep, 3 high, and something like that. So you make a structure. So now when you make a structure is important, right? So what do you need in structure? What combination you need? We need the SU type, which type of pallet is coming. This storage type pallet is mandatory. Same like this, palletization is mandatory. Bins are lanes, and products are, and pallets are stacked one upon the other. So for this, what we need is,
So when you say palletization is mandatory, that means that I have to decide to use storage unit or handling units?
yes, you use either storage units or handling units. Same like this strategy. So pallet strategy and bulk strategy, they both need storage units or handling units, because, you know, you can see the structure itself. You know, you can only create when you know what is a pallet, what is the type of pallet. So the structure may change. You know, if I am using a Euro pallet, I may go up to 10 deep, but if I'm using a crate, I'll go up to 20 deep. So based on your packaging material, the bin is changing, isn't it? And the bin and its capacity is changing.
Correct.
So you need a storage bin type check here. And you also need define strategy for bulk storage. This is a config we need to do. So I'll just tell you briefly, I'll come back to bulk storage. This is used for the finished products, because you make them in bulk. You are already packing them into nice pallets. So you have to visit the warehouse to understand, you know, how they store. But mostly I have seen is the warehouses, they most of the warehouses, they finished product they store in this kind of storage.
Mm-hmm.
And then what we have is for raw material, either the high bay or the fixed bins are used. Open storage for raw materials, and if at all you have some parts which is you know, not in Basically, if you have some parts which are open, or like nuts, bolts, screw, operational supplies, all those things, we just create one addition to stock and we just dump them over there. I mean, just one bin, how many screws you can add, how many bins, it will never overflow.
For example, Johan, in pharma industry, the term excipient and active, those are very very sensitive raw materials. So is that desirable to have for them fixed bins?
So when you say sensitive, it's not, they can go into any storage. You need to understand, how you're getting them into the warehouse, how you're storing them. So they have always a dedicated bin. Then you assign a fixed bin storage, but there is no dedicated bin. It comes into storage. Take any bin and just keep on adding stock to that. Don't put it at several places. It's not a big part which will get, which will overflow the bin or something. So we can use addition to stock for that purpose. So when in the warehouse, they used to use copper tubes, small copper tubes. Copper tubes are very costly. So they used to make they created one addition to stock, and then they, there's one bin assigned to the product. They keep on adding stock to the same bin because they are small tubes. They don't, they don't get they don't fulfill the bin, completely. So then this kind of strategy can also be used there. So yeah, so now here I was telling you about the bulk structure. Before we go on to another one, let me quickly explain you the structure, because it's and we did discuss similar structure in EWM also. So in this structure, we have SU type, and SU type means what kind of pallet it is coming. If it is coming a P1 kind of a pallet, or P2 kind of a pallet, or P3 kind of a pallet. And here it is bin type. Why bin type? That means some bin they can be more deep. Some bins they can be less deep, because there are pillars, or there are some other constraints. So your bins, their depth can change, right? So the bin types will also change. Somewhere you'll have bin type B1, somewhere you'll have bin type B2. Okay. So what you need to do is, for your bin and your pallet combination, you need to say how deep, okay, we call that as stack, and how high, we call it as height. So we say P1 kind of bin comes into B1, stack 8 and high 4, for example. But if a P2 kind of a pallet comes into B1, just take 2 example here, just to give it short. If a P1 kind of pallet comes into B2, then B2 is very deep, so 12 into 12 and 4 high. If P2 kind of a pallet comes in B1, kind of a storage, then it is 6, because these P2 pallets are really big. And 3 high because they are really huge. If P2 kind of a pallet comes and gets stored into B2, then maybe, 8, yeah, and 3 high. Yeah, so this kind of structure you make in the system. So now this structure is nothing but the capacity. So once you get 50 pallets for P1 into B1 bin, one bin will store 32, the other will go to the next bin.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, so the stack and height.
Johan, I got confused. A stack is like row, equivalent to row, or column.
Stack is how many here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is stack. How deep it is. Height means this is top view. Height means how high it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So this is stack, right? I mean, where is the picture going? So this one, this is a stack, how deep it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and how high it is.
Okay.
So from
Correct.
top view, you will see like this here, the stacks on the, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, so now again, raw materials can also be stored here. The finished products can also be stored here, but yeah. So this structure we configure here, if you see this config, it's exactly the same thing. See this, how stack, how high a number of SUs, 8 for the 32.
Okay.
So storage type, what is the bin type, what is the SU type? It's a bulk storage indicator. I'll explain what is bulk storage indicator. This is in the product master. This comes from the product. Now your stacking can change based on the product. Okay. So let's say whatever stacking we discussed, it was for product with bulk storage indicator. B1 or B1 we're already using. Let's say BA. Okay. So we have bulk storage indicator metal master. Okay, so this kind of setting, this structure is based on BA. Now your structure can vary based on, it can vary, right, based on the product. Because if it's a heavy product, you will not go too high or 3 high. You may go up to 2 high, you may not go 3 high. Because some products are heavy. It may come into the same pallet, but your stacking requirements will change. So if the same pallet comes into same bin, but if it is a different product, I cannot accommodate so much.
Okay.
So based on product, I may go, let's say 6 only, okay, I'll go deep wise, I'm fine, but I'll not go 4 high, I'll go 3 high. Because, so now the capacity of the bin is, when we're storing BA product, it will store 32, and here it will store 24.
Okay.
So when I receive 50, 24, 24, and the remaining 2 will come here.
So basically, you're telling me when we define this structure, it's a combination of 3 factors: the storage unit type, the storage bin type, plus the type of material.
Yeah, so type of material is optional. The reason I didn't tell you first.
But not type of material, but the nature of the material represented by the BSI.
Yeah, so it is optional. Yeah, so if all the products doesn't matter to you, you need to ask that question to business. Is your stacking varying based on the products? For lightweight products, do you stack more high? And for your heavy products, do you stack less? You tell me the capacity. Basically, what you need to do is explain the structure and give it to business. Tell them to fill and give you, because they know this information, right? Which you need to make them understand what is bin type, what is SU type, what is stack high, and then they have to provide you this information. Because they have, when where the warehouse is designed, then all this information is already known, in a warehouse, because they consider all the product flows and product inflow, outflow, capacity of the bins. Everything is considered and it has been designed, when the actual warehouse physical design is made.
So what would be the difference in between different bin types in the bulk? Like maybe the lane is larger or wider?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, okay.
So different lane width and or the depth is different. You create a different bin type because your storage parameters will be different.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So this was bulk storage. So now in the standard system, you'll find all this, almost everything. You can try activating and testing these strategies. So basically, inbound is a bit complicated, but outbound, it's pretty much straightforward. Because inbound, you need to do some more config. I think outbound, we don't need to do any configuration. Outbound, 90% of the time, it is FIFO.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another option called stringent FIFO.
Well, in our case is a sled.
Yeah, self-expression needs. Yeah. So that is also straightforward. You just have to look at the bins. Okay, and you have to basically, if you see here, there's no additional config. You just have to look for the stock where the older stock is. You just have to pick that stock. So basically, what it does, in your stock, when if you look at a stock in WM, do you understand quant?
How do you spell?
Quant, Q-U-A-N-T. You know this term in WM, it's important.
Oh, quant.
Yeah.
Sorry, quant. Yes, it's a combination of material and batch. And
Another important, yeah. But there are quant characteristics.
Plant, material. It's I think it's 5 characteristics: is plant, storage location, plant, material, batch.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. We can look at a quant and see. Now, this is a quant, right? So in the quant, you have, why I'm telling you quant, because here you have a GR date. Okay, based on that date, system looks at the GR date as a quant, whichever is the oldest date, it picks that one.
Okay.
So similarly, in the batches have shelf life expiry date, it will look at those dates, and whichever is the oldest one, it will pick that one.
So in my case, what I need to do, because there is no put away strategy for. Okay, so say for example, I'm using a stack, hierarchy as a strategy, and then what else do I need to tell the system in order for the picking proceed with?
Put away is different, picking is different. So now if you have a hierarchy storage, okay, you have a hierarchy storage. So here you have a stock here, for example, in a hierarchy, and you want to pick it. So stock is at several places, right? Let's say the stock is here, stock is here, stock is here, everywhere, right? Now you want to pick the stock. So now, basically, when you want to pick the stock, system will look whichever is the oldest and suggest you that bin for picking. You don't have to do anything. System will find out a bin and tell you to pick from here. So when you do a put away, everything ends, and then when you start picking, these things start. Okay. So I'm not going to discuss this advanced ones, I'll just tell you what are the normal ones which are used. So basically, this is FIFO. Most of the time, FIFO and SLED check. SLED ones are used. The SLED, you have to activate whether you want to store shelf expiration date of the product in a warehouse. You have to activate that. And then in the strategies, there is no configuration. No other configuration, yeah. So SLED, it will always look for, when it picks, it will look for the expiry date of the stock, and then it will propose you to pick that one. So the part is just imagine picking, part is in several bin, from which bin to pick, whichever has the oldest date.
Okay.
Then there is something called a stringent FIFO. Now, do you understand stringent FIFO? I think we briefly discussed it.
Yeah, like you by necessity need to find out what is the first, because otherwise Yeah, no matter what in the warehouse, you need to find that particular. It's like mandatory, right?
So basically here, see, okay, here you can see star, right? You asked me this question yesterday. See, if I want, this is my warehouse, okay, 001 E, okay, I'll say always now the SFI, okay, here extended FIFO. Now, basically in this document search, we give a search sequence, right? From where to pick the part to where to, first where to pick the part. Then if there is no stock in 005, then check stock in 001, then check oldest stock in 002, like that. We give a sequence, right? Now business comes and tells you, hey, I don't want any sequence. We follow FIFO strictly. Look at my total warehouse and find out whichever is the oldest stock. I don't want you to follow some sequence here. So I'll remove this. I'll remove this. I'll just put star. That's it. Look. Or it will tell me, they'll tell you first look for 005. If you don't find, just look for the entire warehouse. So this will, so stringent FIFO is nothing but usage of star. And then, excuse me. Then if in case you you want to exclude some storage type. So basically, if you have some stock in production area, you don't want to pick the stock from production area. So you can exclude that from the stringent FIFO check. Okay. Now, stringent FIFO check, why we need to also exclude it. It makes sense in terms of system performance also. So basically, if you have stock in several storage types, okay, and you're doing a stringent FIFO, just imagine for every picking, you're checking 10, 12, how many storage types you have. Sometimes your GR area and goods issue area will be really, it will be really full with lots and lots of stock. So you can see, system is taking so many places. So sometimes what we do is the GR area, the production area, the goods issue area, the staging areas, we kind of exclude them because anyways, we are not going to pick from them. So if we exclude them, the, system performance is better. It has less storage type to search in the system.
Correct.
Okay. So I will, since you have limited time, I will not tell you to go for others. Yeah. So this is shelf life based on SLED. I'll tell you the ones which you need to focus. And then if the others come in, just tell me, we'll discuss. Okay. Based on SLED and activate SLED. This config you need to do at warehouse level. Okay. Then FIFO, straightforward, no config. LIFO based on GR date. Last in, first out, just opposite of FIFO. No config based on GR date. Ascending, descending. Yeah. So this is ascending, oldest one. This is descending, the latest one. Then we have no, we know this is like a manual. You don't give a bin. It's no strategy. You manual bin is entered. Okay. In system, we don't recommend this. We discussed about where is stringent FIFO. Oops. Okay, yeah, stringent FIFO is not here because it's not a, let me put it as S, yeah. Stringent FIFO. It's not configured in the storage type level. Okay. Config in search sequence. Can exclude some storage type. FIFO across storage types. So I want you to focus on these ones. I'll quickly, okay, fixed bins from Metal Master, it is similar to this one. Product always picks per stock from a fixed bin, no other config. Exactly the same. Picking always it goes there and picks from there.
So basically, it's given in the master data.
Yeah, the system, as per the search sequence, let's say you're supposed to pick from 005, it will simply go and check stock in that bin. If it doesn't have stock in that bin, then don't pick it. Okay. So it will not look for anywhere else in the warehouse. Okay. So fixed bin always look for stock in a bin. That means bin is assigned to a product. So like, in Walmart, you know where the bread is. If there's no bread there, you will not pick. So that's always look only one bin, which is assigned to product, and pick from there. Then these two ones, I don't want you to focus on them because they may look complicated for you at this stage. If you would have, I misread your requirement, so I would have also not recommended you to spend much time on the palette strategy in inbound, because these are complicated, but application wise we don't see much of them. Yeah. So this also pallets, partial quantity and large quantity. I'll tell you the details, but config wise you can park them for now. You don't need to go through them. There are very rare chances you will need them. Okay. So I'll tell you partial quantity first. So as the name suggests, partial quantity first. That means you have stock in a bin. Okay. I'll tell you why application wise they are less. For example, partial quantity first. That means you have bin 01, 01-100, and you have bin 01. Okay, I'll just drag them. Maybe I get sequential numbers. Okay, you have so many bins, and then your pallet size is 10, right?
Mm.
But what happens sometimes? Somebody has picked 2 pieces from here. It becomes 8. Okay. Now these partial pallets are not desirable because the bins are not fully occupied. First, second thing is one partial pallet leads to another. So you always pick 10. You pick a full pallet. You pick 10, 10. Then you again pick 10. You pick this 8, and you have to pick 2 from here. It again creates another partial pallet. Right?
Mm.
So what system tells? So in picking, if we are supposed to pick, let's say this is the older stock in this sequence. I'll pick in this sequence FIFO, FIFO. Then FIFO will take me here. What it says, always pick not in FIFO, but whichever is the partial quantity, pick that first and remove your partials so that so that the partial are kept to minimum. Okay, so when I'm supposed to pick 8 here, I'll change my pick quantity to 8 and I'll pick 8. I'll just close this requirement and then I have full pallets. So basically, so let's say there is this bin is 2 and this bin is, so then this bin 301 will come first. So the partial pallet system will try to
clear the remains first.
Yeah. So it will try to pick this. Let's say you mix them up and close them. So what, rather than using this as a control, what we tell users is, end of day, check whatever your partials are, take them out, pack them together, make a full pallet and store it. Okay. So this strategy is how it works, but we don't see much, usage of this one. Then there is large and small and large, which is also okay. I need to drop off in 5 minutes. I'll just explain you this small and large, large and small. It's large and small or small and large? Large and small, okay. So in large and small, it is very simple. Yeah, I'll tell you what it does. Again, I don't want you to focus at this stage on this one. So large and small, you have 2 storage types, okay, with 2 pallet quantities. In this storage type, you have pallets. Let's say you have 2 storage type, one where you have pallets of 100. Okay, and the other storage type, you have pallets of 10, same product. So if a customer needs 10 pieces, I'll supply from here. Okay, if a customer needs 20 pieces, I'll still supply from here. Okay, so let's say these are O05 and let's O005. Somewhere, let me say O007 and this is O008. So now here you can see, always if I want to pick 90, I'll still pick it from here. If I want to pick 500, I'll pick it from here. So basically anything below 100, you'll pick it from 8. Anything above 100, you'll pick it from here. If it is 120, we'll pick 100 from here, 20 from here.
Okay.
Right? So basically, system will always try to pick your large quantities first. Large quantities, not first, large quantity from another area, small quantity from another area.
Okay.
Okay. So again, special storage, we see especially, where the product is packed in 2 different pallets as a finished good. Occurrence is rare. If you see this, then tell me, we'll do the config for this and we'll discuss this in more detail, but you will not see it, especially in pharmaceuticals, but you see mostly, in beverages, the Pepsis and Cokes, they use this kind of storages. Their crates are different. So here maybe just 1 crate, and here, the crates are packed into 10 crates are packed into a pallet. Yeah. So
yes,
something like that. So these are the strategies. You can go through them, try to configure and test them.
Johan, this is what I'm seeing is an image, of course, but this document will be available by itself, electronic document. Because what I'm seeing right now, it's okay, but it's an image. So if I need to refer to it, I need to scroll across different images.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which module is commonly integrated with SAP WM for efficient material handling? Option A, SAP CRM. Option B, SAP HR. Option C, SAP MM, Materials Management. Option D, SAP FI, Financial Accounting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to streamline your supply management? Our SAP Integration WM process guidance training is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Integration WM. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you every step of the way. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget-friendly. Ready to master SAP Integration WM? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
You mean this Excel document?
Yes, this Excel document.
Yeah. I'll attach it. I'll attach it in the
okay. Yes.
In the LMS. So next week, what do we go ahead? So we have discussed the strategies also. So next week, what do we discuss so that I can keep some data or some things in place? Shall we discuss about these things here? Mobile data, QM integration, palletization data.
I think mobile data should go at the very end because this is just like the GUI for the final user. Mm-hmm. But I think most relevant, I think it's just correct QM integration and palletization. Mm-hmm. I think there are those topics will come directly in the first discussions.
Okay, so we'll discuss these two, and yep. And then
I think handling unit you will take maybe 2 sessions, right? It's a long topic.
But handling units, do you want to go into warehouse level or?
Um,
or not, because because the configs and all are totally different when it goes to warehouse level.
I think I should take the opportunity as I have your time now, but maybe we can leave it, yeah, maybe for third, fourth, or fifth session.
Yeah, see, I would say, first let's complete the urgent ones, and then, what are the critical ones? See, if you're not going to use it, if you're not going to use, for your learning, if you want to use, then you can take it at the end. But yeah, for first priority should be your project need, isn't it? So
Yes.
I think what we'll do is, see this, we can cover these three maybe, or we can discuss the overview about handling management, and then we go to the production, and after production, if we have time left, then we will we'll discuss about production. We'll discuss about handling unit receipt, and if we have time left, then we'll go at warehouse level also.
Okay. I asked Johan for initial 15 hours, but if you think we need two or three more sessions, that's fine. Like, I'm willing to pay for that. No problem.
Yeah. See, that's not a problem. See, the problem is your workshops are starting. So
yes.
I don't want to bombard you with too many things, which rather I would say this 15 hours utilize more for this project, what you see and what you need there, because other things, if you're not going to use handling management, it's good to know, but but it will be better you spend more time on strategies and more time on these things. Then it's my recommendation. It's up to you.
Yes,
More
I will get to know.
Configure. Yeah,
I will get to know this week. If they tell me, oh, if I see the priority for handling units, I will communicate you via. How do I communicate?
So if your bins are going to be, if you are making handling to warehouse level, then I'll take that topic
later on.
First, yes, right at the start next week, because
okay,
we'll focus on handling units because you need to create stock, store them. So we'll take right at the start. But if you can wait, then we'll talk about other things. We'll talk about production integration. Then we'll come at handling it later stage at a finished product level, at a production finished product level.
Okay, sounds good. And yeah, I think there will be some topics to be added, but let's first proceed with this first initial effort. Yes, and of course, I also need to. I also need to be aware of your availability later on. Like, I was planning for 15 hours, but I believe maybe we will be a little too tight or a little short. But no problems. I can.
So last session we spent most of our time in going through the strategies. Okay, we spoke about the strategies for palette, SU type, different types of inbound strategies. Then we focused first on the palette strategy of inbound, but then we kind of shifted from there to the important strategies. So we covered bulk, open, fixed. For all the strategies, next time when we discussed what are the main attributes of the strategy and what, if any, additional configuration is required or not. Then we also covered the important strategies on the outbound, the FIFO, stringent FIFO, LIFO, shelf life date. These are the important strategies on the outbound. And while we are discussing the strategy, we also understood the importance of how the bins are determined in inbound and outbound. First, the storage section search is done. The storage type search is maintained. Then the storage section search and bin type check. Okay, for the pallets, for the SU type. So as of now, we have been working at SU level. We have created a inbound delivery. Not inbound delivery, Mako, TO, and we did SU storage units, and we put them into the warehouse. Okay. So now this week we want to focus on the quality integration and palletization labeling requirements. and also if time permits. So we'll do the mobile data and barcoding because it's related to the labels. Then next week we will talk about handling unit management and more about the integration with production. So
the question is around the difference between these two type of indicators, these two type of strategies for the cycle control that goes into the material master level. One is related to, they were discussed in the uses or around the process release and peak parts. So the couple of discussions that were very much related to that. So, but for this week, so those topics will have to finish because they have to close the definitions. The end users need to understand the difference. I'm not running the workshops. This is basically the guy that is in charge of the logistics solution. So that's why I have one buffer, two-week buffer time to start related to the actual configuration, because afterwards, when the definition is done, I think in 2 weeks' time, I will start doing the configuration. I start doing some research, but still my time is not enough. So the two questions are related to the difference between implications between release orders versus peak part orders. But I think this can be covered maybe next week, because you already started preparing for this weekend. The other important thing is, yes, we're going to use handling units. There are four distribution, two manufacturing, two in US and one in Canada. So the three of them, they will be, it's relevant to the MES manufacturing integration with the third party. They have a couple of softwares already in place for different sort of material types. So again, this is also related to manufacturing. So they will using, so the definition that we already arrived is that production, they will be using handling units upon receiving, because most of materials are just started WM in our own premises for the sake of receiving the imports, because some materials are imported, but most of them come within US and different plants. So for the sake of keeping the raws, the liquids, and the packaging, all that materials go into warehouse. And then when production comes into place, that's when we will do production. Will create the transfer. The transfer will be interfacing with the third party software, and afterwards we will return whatever is semi-finished or bulk, not yet packed, will return to the warehouse. So so this coming back and forth integration with the production. Only those materials that go directly to the packaging or will go as already packed, like tablets already packed, because mostly first go into stage that they called mixed bulk. That means this is ready to like, I don't know exactly how the machine runs, but I know this is the mix is ready, and when the order for palletization, when the order for creating the final product comes according to planning, again they retrieve from the warehouse, and this goes again to the MES, but for a second order. This order will be to create the actual finished product. That means converting the bulk into tablets, and then this is when GR comes into place for handling units. So yes, I thought I was released from handling units, but yes, I will have to take also part of the handling units for the finished products. And of course, finished products are more relevant for the outbound, for the sales. So
but it will be IM, right? They have good outbound is going to happen from IM because they're going to receive it in inventory management.
Yeah, good receiving inventory management, and but it's still I have to do we have to do the retrieve for. So that's what is my I'm not sure if when they say handling units, it's because they will create a different warehouse just for finished products. Because the decision is either you take handling units or either you take SU management for the warehouse number, right? You cannot take both at the same time. So
we can take both also. That's also possible.
Well, according to Mr. Martin Murray, you know Martin Murray, right? This is the first guy he wrote the first book on WM. It says on the revised edition that you can only take one at a time.
Yeah, for one receipt or for one receipt. So there will be some receipts where you will not create handling units. So if you have configured to do it in IM, so there are some parts you want to do it in IM, some parts you want to do it in WM. You can do that.
But since in this industry is relevant the SLED and the FIFO, I think this is only possible through warehouse, right? So when actual sales orders comes, we will have to retrieve according to some strategy, right? And this is only possible through storage warehousing, right?
Yeah, through warehouse only. See, if you are using, there are two things here. If you are using handling unit management, okay. So there are some finished parts you're taking into the warehouse, some finished parts you're taking into the IM location. So if you take it to IM handling units, you take them to IM location, then you cannot do anything. Okay, but you can still, you can still have some parts in warehouse, like if in our warehouse. See, these are different storage location. Okay, so just tell me one thing: do you want to store handling units in warehouse or not? That is the main thing.
I think the decision is yes. I saw just the outline for. I think the lead for the manufacturing and distribution solution. He's only told me that finished products will be handled via handling units. But I don't understand if that decision includes using warehouse or only IM level. My understanding is if they are properly segregated and finished from the rest of the materials, then I believe they will declare a different warehouse number for the. But that's not possible, or is it possible?
You want to. So let's take an example. Okay, so we have this plant. Okay, let's say the plant is 1,000. Okay, this is a store location, which is Indian. Okay, this is warehouse. Okay, and now here in the bins you receive handling units. Okay, which are nothing but your storage units. Okay, they occupy the same field of storage units. Okay. So now what is your question here? So now you receive handling units and you goods issue handling units from here. I'm not sure, you want to have a separate location for finished products, or like 8, 9 something, which will be IM managed, and you only want to use handling units there?
I don't know that decision yet. So when I first my first understanding was if it is going to be handling unit, then there is no specific need maybe for warehousing. But we haven't discussed yet with the stream of OTC order to cash. So we're still on the workshops for procurement and the staging for production. So the only definition I know for the time being, because this is according to a template, is that finished products need to go with handling units. And as of now, all the discussions for receiving the materials, raws and semi-finished, they go into a storage unit. They will be handled via a storage unit within the warehouse. So my understanding is, in order to handle the finished products with handling units and to have a proper way of retrieving according to a sled or FIFO, whatever it comes first, it only can be done through warehousing, right?
Yeah, that can only be done in warehousing. So if you want to pick a FIFO thing, FIFO stock or SLED stock, then you have to go with warehouse.
Okay, but if you may, because this discussion comes later, so as of now, I don't have the clear picture if there will be also warehousing for that, but my thinking is, how can we do the retrieving with the strategy if it is not via warehousing? So in this industry, it's very, very relevant, the sled and the tracking. So, so I think my point is, yes, I will be using a storage unit for finished products. But that discussion will be for the next week.
Okay, we'll see, both options. We'll store it in IM and check, and we'll store it in EWM and check, and then you can decide which one you want to use. Yeah.
I will tell you, maybe if you want, I can put you an email and tell you, yes, I will use in EWM for the finished products via handling units as well. Because I believe you have to prepare some examples, some material, right? Yeah, for the time being, whatever you explain on the first lesson and the second, for me it's clear. For me it's clear what I will be using.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes. Is it Joshi?
Yeah, you want to check in 5 minutes? Actually, I took a restart just now.
But it is happening always, Mr. Joshi. Why? It happened last week also. We had to wait 30 minutes in our session for your system to work. And this is not acceptable.
And what is your user ID?
User ID is EWM trainer.
Okay. Jarish, what did you do to Akash? So, Johan, when we come to the integration with production, control cycle is something we are integrated with production, but this activity belongs to production or to both EWM, WM, and production?
It belongs to both, actually.
Okay, so then you are aware of this issue. Well, it's not issue, but this functional difference that it came across the discussion. It was last Wednesday. So
let's go through basics of, let's see, we'll cover BSA and the control cycle. Let's see if we can do some basic understanding today, since it is actively going on in your company. Let's spend some time on that.
Yes, thank you.
If there is data, we will execute a production cycle, but if there is no data, I'll explain you the concepts, and then I'll try to create some production orders for tomorrow's session, or maybe if not possible, next week's session. But at least I'll give you an overview of how it will work.
So Johan, last year when you were doing EWM, you were working from US?
No, I was in India at that time.
Oh. So it seems a lot of Indian consultants went back to India and have not been able to join the projects in US back. Because we notice there is a lot of demand for consultants in Latin America.
No, nothing like that. Consultants, we do get a lot of projects in US. Maybe because of COVID, people get stuck, when they came back to India. But I mean, there are visa things also, but yeah, work-wise, the opportunities are good in US. There is no challenge.
I have to install, I installed 5 versions of GRA for Java. Only this morning, I got the correct match.
Is the system working for you? I mean,
it was not opening even the SAP GUI. Now I got it open, but the connection is failing. I tried this afternoon, just after my regular working hours. I tried to go inside the system, so I thought maybe it's just my user, but it seems it's a connection. Oh, yes. And the second topic that will become relevant, Johan, is I think this is two-step picking according to what I read. So, for example, we retrieve materials for production, and then certain bulks like excipients and active ingredients, they need to wait in and actually measure what actually the order is asking for. I think they call it dispensing to that activity. So, and then they move it to the actual production staging area. So this is what is called two-step picking. So we have to pick and then to collect to the dispensing area for the weighing and leveling of the weight, and then move it again from the dispensing area into the PSA. So that would be the proper two-step picking. Is that what this is meant for, the two-step picking?
Yeah, so two-step picking, basically it's used for outbound to customer, not for production. Two-step, you pick for multiple deliveries together, and then you segregate the parts in the intermediate area. So you don't take it directly from your picking area to from the picking area. You don't take the stock directly from your source location to the staging area. So for example, the stock is in finished goods storage type. You will not take it directly from there to the staging area GI zone. You take it from there, okay? And then you would take it to a intermediate area. Like you may pick parts for multiple delivery. The same part may be required, or there may be more than one deliveries. You will be picking them together in one transfer order, taking them to a staging area. It's like when you go for picking, you don't pick one item for one delivery. You pick for more than one delivery, and then you take it to a staging area, okay? And then in the staging area, you then segregate those parts, and then you take individual parts and move them to individual staging areas. So basically you pick all and then you segregate them based on the deliveries of the customer.
And in that segregation area, I believe this is an intermediate area, and from then you again finish the second step to actually move into the staging area, which will be the lanes for the trucks, right? The lane going out to
those are the staging areas, right?
So Johan, last week you suggested that you may want to, or you are able to take the second session of the weekend, and that will be your afternoon Sunday, like for me 2:30 p.m.
Yeah, it will be 8:30 for me.
Because the calendar is not reflecting what we said to Akash. I think Akash took note of that, but still the session is running my midnight for tomorrow.
So I'll just tell you what I'm going to start. Just slightly changing the content. I wanted to take QM and palletization and
Okay,
barcoding.
okay,
This is what I wanted to take. But since your workshops have been started for production, I thought let me
yeah,
take you through one production with handling unit management. Okay, so I'm basically discussing handling unit management, this topic, and
okay,
I'm going to start production. I'll give you an overview basic. So let's see how much we can cover today.
okay. Sounds
Okay.
perfect. Thank
So
you.
basically, I'm going to start this and this. Okay, we'll park
Perfect.
QM and RF for some time. Okay, just give me a minute. So since you mentioned, your PSA discussions have started, so I thought, understanding of how it is. So, all right. So what are this part of the process? What are we going to do? We are going to today. Let me share my content. Today we are going to execute the production integration with WM. Okay. So
Okay.
now there are two types of production integration. One, WM integration with PP. There are two types of integration. One with WM interface. One without WM interface. So what is the difference? See, and without WM interface, you don't see it when you have mentioned that you're going to use WM interface. When we use WM interface with PP, when is that interface used? When you do staging, you do crate part staging, release order part staging, single order part staging. So you're going to do staging. That means you're going to use interface between WM and PP. There is also some basic warehouse. They don't do staging. So whenever the consumption is there, whenever the consumption is posted, they enter MyGo and post 261. But in our case, we are going to do staging. So the scenario that we're going to execute is production, supply, okay, and with WM and PP integration. Okay, so whenever you do staging, we call it as WM and PP integration. So we're going to talk about WM PP integration. We are going to create a production order. Okay, so I've set up a scenario just like you wanted. We'll create a production order. Okay, for that production order, in your company, you're going to use process orders. In this system, as I told you, we don't have process orders. We'll use production orders. We'll release them, and then we are going to do the staging. We are going to supply the parts to production. Okay, and then once we supply parts to production, we are going to consume those parts, and then we will receive the finished product in handling unit form. So we will first pack the product into a handling unit. We'll good receive the handling unit, okay, and then we will do the put away of those handling unit into the warehouse. We'll see the handling unit in warehouse. You'll see the handling unit getting received. So there are some basics which we'll cover as we slowly go through this. So are you okay with the flow that we'll be
Yes.
executing?
When we are releasing for staging, your example will be through what is called pick parts or release order.
We'll cover all three. Crate
Okay.
part, pick part, and release order part. So I have created a production order, sample production order, okay, which is for finished product 100-100, 100-100. In that, I have three components. One is a pick part, one is a release order part, and one is a crate part. Okay. And so this is we have been using 0088 as WM location. Now we will also introduce a new location HU00, which is for managing handling units. Do you understand handling unit managed storage location, partner storage location?
I understand the concept of handling units, but not related to WM functionality. That's what I my blackness of understanding of knowledge.
Okay, I'll show you with examples. What is the difference? Okay, so so basically, I'll just quickly give you an overview about the two storage locations. So there is one configuration. So always, whenever you are storing handling units, they have to be in separate storage location. Okay, handling units cannot be stored into the same location.
storage units, right? We have created storage unit, we have placed them into the warehouse. They were created within the warehouse with packaging specification, or we maintained the palletization data when we were placing it into 007, and we placed it into those locations. Now we are not going to, we are not talking about the storage units, we're talking about handling units, which is like, which is a SCCC number, right?
Yes.
Right. So we are going to see, how those SCCC numbers are generated, and how instead of storage unit, system is going to store the SCCC number into your warehouse. And during picking, we are going to pick this SCCC numbers out of the warehouse. In outbound, we'll execute that scenario. Okay. Maybe this system is not good. Yesterday, whole day, I was monitoring this with the vendor just to make sure that it is working well. And again, it has gone slow. See if anyone is there in the call. Anyone from support team? The call?
Yeah, there is a third party in the call, but I don't know if it's from support.
No, I didn't see a third party. I see a host. Okay, let's see. So let me, before executing this scenario, let me give you overview of all the master data involved in the process and how I've set them up. So now in this process, as I told you, this is my finished product which I've used. Okay, so this production order will be created by production team. Okay, so you will see something like this, and this is the bill of material. Okay,
Yeah.
so we have these components 110, 120, 130. Okay, and they are going to be supplied from warehouse. Okay, this is the warehouse location, which is non-HU managed. Okay, so our HU management comes when we are going to receive the finished product. Okay, and then there is a routing. Okay, so routing is, all the operation. I think we in process industry we call it as recipes. All the steps. Yeah.
Operation steps. Yes. I've seen a lot of operations. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So which operation, which material will be used, they will declare that, and they'll enter confirmation as and when the steps are getting completed. Okay.
Correct.
Now, what I'm going to do is, this material, this finished product, I will receive it in a HU managed location. Okay, so I'm going to handling unit management. So the good receipt, I'm going to receive it into handling unit. Now you may ask me why you're supplying into 0088, but when I'm going to receive it, I'm not going to receive it into 0088. I'm going to receive it into HU00, or is it HU00 or HU9? Oh, sorry, it's 9988. This is the HU manager. Now, first, before I tell you why I'm introducing this, you will tell me how to identify it. Why only this? Why not a store location 1000 or store location 001? Where do we maintain the relationship between these two? Okay, so in handling unit management, you will see there is a config here. Okay, so in this configuration, if you go to basics, you go to materials management. Okay, and here we go to inventory management. This is a very important indicator. HU requirement of storage location and default values for deliveries. Okay, if you want to store handling unit at bin level, you need to, as storage units, you cannot do it in this warehouse. That is a product limitation, the storage location. The warehouse is same, bins are same, but the storage location has to be different. Okay, so that's why we create a new storage location, and we say that this storage location is handling unit managed. That means in this storage location, always you're going to store all the handling units. There'll be no stock without handling units here. But both storage location HU 9988 and 0088, both are assigned to the same warehouse. That will be in your case as well, right? The warehouse is same, but the storage location is different. Storage locations are different because ideally you cannot, if you mark any storage location that you're going to store handling units, you cannot store parts which are not in handling units. But we have raw materials in 0088 which are without handling units, right? They are in storage unit form.
Yes. When we declare a relationship for the warehouse manager for the storage location, it should be either SU or HU, right?
Correct. So if you mark as HU managed, you can do SU. You store SUs. HU is not HU is not. When you go at a bin level, you will see the HU number gets stored into a field of SU. So HU management is nothing but SU. It includes SU management, but SU management doesn't include HU management. So when I show you, the handling units, you will see the handling numbers getting stored in the SU management field.
Okay.
So indirectly, in the background, when you say HU manage, you are also activating SU management. You have to activate SUs because the field of SU is used for HUs.
Oh, I see. That's important.
Yeah,
it's good that you mentioned this.
Yeah.
Because this is very confusing, and if you go to text, they won't give you the detail of this definition. Well, sometimes, but not the book I'm reading.
Yeah, you will not get it anywhere. Only by live production examples you will understand these situations, this scenario.
Yes, thank you.
So here you can see when you go inside this, I've taken plant 1000. Here 0088 is my location, which is not HU managed. Okay, and 09988 is my storage location, which is HU managed, and this is the partner location. So every HU managed location has a partner location. Why? Because you will be doing packing, isn't it? So when you are taking the product, when you're storing the product into handling units, there are several occasions you have to do packing. You have to, let's say, one part is damaged. You have to remove that one part. So one part you have to remove it. You cannot put it into 9988. You have to put it into somewhere else. The bin will be same, but the location will change. So any loose product which gets any repacking you do or any loose products you will generate, they'll go to this location automatically.
The partner storage location. The partner storage.
Partner storage location. Yes. So this location is basically to manage, any repacking, packing requirements. Okay.
Yes.
And this becomes the partner location for a HU managed location. Okay?
Yes.
Now in HU managed location, whenever you do picking, whenever you do put away, you do any operation, system will always ask you to create handling units. Okay, you stock in this location should always have handling units. So I'm going to show you a few more examples of this storage location. When you do a good receipt, let's say 501, right? You understand 501 moment type.
Yes.
You understand 201 outbound delivery. Okay. Sorry, 201 for goods issued to cost center.
Yes.
201 moment type. Yeah. So when you are doing such movements in this location, it is not going to create a material document. It's going to create a delivery. It will ask you to create handling unit, then only you will be able to do goods issue.
Okay.
So this location, this storage location, when you do anything in MyGo, it will going to create a delivery. Okay, that also one of the difference you'll notice while working with this storage location.
So it works both ways, right? Inbound and outbound will require deliveries.
Yes, it will require delivery. That's correct. Okay. So few things with this indicator. One, inbound, outbound requires deliveries. Second important thing you have noticed here is that any packing, unpacking, it requires for the partial quantities or unpacked quantity, it requires a partner location where system will automatically post the unpacked stock or loose items. We'll see all these steps, all this, behavior of this handling unit store location, as we go ahead. Let us first get some stock into this location. Then we'll do repacking. We'll also do a 201 of that handling unit.
Okay.
So now you can see, when we create deliveries, it needs sales data, it needs a sales org, it needs distribution channel, it needs shipping point, it needs division. So it needs plant as customer, plant as vendor. All this information is here. What a delivery needs, what all shipping information and delivery needs, all this information is stored here.
I understand the organizational, but why vendor and why customer? This is optional?
No,
the vendor
this is
and the
mandatory.
customer?
See, when let's say you're doing a 501, you're receiving without PO. There is no vendor, or you're doing 561, for example. There is no vendor. The plant itself is a vendor, right? Because you're receiving plant stock. When you see a delivery, when you're doing a 201, goods issued to a cost center, there is no customer. The plant itself is a customer. When you're doing a scrapping, with damaging, you have damaged a part, you want to scrap it. There is no customer. The plant itself is a customer.
Okay.
In that case, you'll see the deliveries, the internal warehouse deliveries will have customer as, as a plant. Yeah. We'll see. I'll show you the deliveries so that, but yeah, it is required because of these, deliveries where there are no external parties involved, but still the system is creating a delivery.
Okay.
So this is a very important configuration. So our finished product, I'm going to create a production order. In that, my finished product store location will be 9988. Okay. So let me create a production order copying this. Now we will slowly focus our attention on supply, because we'll create a production order. The next step is to do a supply. Okay. That's where I'll explain you what a control cycle and production supply area are. Okay. So for now, let me keep it as 20. Put some date here. Scheduling my order. Okay, if you go to good receipt, I'm going to change my store location to HU manager because I'm going to pack and receive handling units. Okay. So now the components would have come, the operations would have come. I'll just save it for now. So now these components have to be supplied, to the production. So where I tell the system that this is a single order part or a cross order part or what is the difference between these pick part, release order part, scrape part? Do you know the difference?
I know the concept. Pick part is meant for a specific order.
Yeah.
Where
critical parts like an engine for a car. Yeah, it's critical part. You'll only supply that much CC engine to a particular car, right?
Yes. And release orders it's triggered for the PSA, so you can group multiple production orders. Whereas in the above case, it's only for a single. It's related to specific process order.
Perfect. Yeah, that's correct. And in crate part, it's not related to a production order at all, isn't it?
It's manual, right? It's totally manual.
It's like a box of nuts and bolts. It always has to be on production line, irrespective production is working or not. There are production orders or not. There are 1,000 pieces of bolt should always will be there in production area. So this is a supply to production where it is always calculated in terms of box or containers. If the minimum quantity in the box goes down, you get another box from the warehouse. Okay. And it is not related to production orders at all. It's related to how much quantity of the boxes are there in the production line.
Okay.
So that is the definition. Now, where do we define them? And you asked me a question, in the production area, in the production order, how system knows what is the supply area. Okay. Now we have to do that in discussion with our production team. Okay, so now we need to ask them, where they would want the parts to be supplied. So in a production line, there are multiple operations. Okay, so let's say item 10 is supplied to operation 10. So operation 10 has a supply, basically, each location in your production, you will have to see, basically in the production, there are different points. If this is an assembly line, for example, if we say take an assembly line like this, it goes like this, then it comes here. These are the different point of fitments, yeah, where the parts are assigned to the production, parts are assembled in the production. So some part may be required here, some part may be required here. So PAC is nothing but at which point you're supplying those parts. Okay, so here operation 10 may be done, operation 20 would be done, operation 30 would be done. Now, when a warehouse guy from store location 0088 bin 0101.01, he's supplying part from this bin, he should know, where to take the part. Right? There's no point, he's picking the part and just keeping it here. And these guys, it's a big production line. They are struggling to find a part in one location. So you need to have several locations, right? So they could be one location for these 3 workstations, a separate location here for these 4 workstations, a location may be here for these locations, So there may be a group of workstations, they may have a supply area here where the parts from the warehouse will be supplied. Or each work center will have its own supply area. Right?
Right.
Okay. So supply area, you have to decide with the production team and agree. Ideally, there are two places from where the system will determine which is the supply area. The one is you can put the supply area in the bill of material. Okay, but generally we don't put it in the bill of material. We put it into the work center.
Okay.
Okay. So the work center master data CA03, you can see there is a field called supply area. So now we know this work center. That means now in this case, I have 3 work centers. All 3 of them have the same supply area, but ideally they can have separate supply areas also. I can create 3 supply areas and assign it to 3 work centers. Okay. So what I've done is, just for the sake of testing, I've just assigned, all my work centers to the same supply area. So I'm going to supply at one point only. Okay.
Okay.
Now, when the person who is supplying the parts to production, we need to show him on the scanner or any pic in a printout that this is a supply area you have to go. Okay. So now let's look at the supply area. Supply area is, I would say, it's a master data, between PP and between, production and warehousing. Anybody owns it. Mostly it is owned by PP, but if they say no, then we can also do that. That's not a big deal. Yeah. So ideally, because it is coming in their master data, they should be managing that. So here you can see these are the supply areas in the system. And if you see the supply area, it is nothing but it's basically which store location, who is the person responsible. That's it. This is just a description of that supply area, loading point. Just the store location is important, which store location it belongs to. So now I'm saying this is also a bin, right? Supply area also consists of a bin because it is assigned to a warehouse, which is assigned to a store location, which is warehouse managed. So when I'm going to place the stock, we'll see the stock in the bin. If I put a store location as 0001, which is IM managed, that means you'll not, when you consume it, you don't have to do a TRTO to consume the part. You can directly do a 261 and consume it. Okay. So your production location can be warehouse managed location or it can be IM managed.
Okay.
Okay. IM managed means when you're taking EWM warehouse management means when you're picking the stock, you'll have to create and confirm a TO there when you're consuming it. Some warehouses like it, some don't like it. It depends, how your warehouse would ideally want that, consumption to happen. So supply will be take from warehouse, put it here, but the consumption again, and it needs to create a TRTO. We'll see that. Okay. So this is the supply area. Then the next config is the control cycle. Okay. So control cycle is where, in a material, this material is supplied into this area. How are you going to supply it? What kind of staging you're going to do? So these are my components. This is my first component. $110. See here you can see that it is a single order part.
Import, okay.
Okay. Warehouse, and this is the storage type. And I've said dynamic bin. So these are the 3-4 indicators which are very important. So which is a location? See, when you're supplying it to supply area, see, supply area is more of a production master. Actually, we need some bin, right? In that supply area where we're going to place the part.
Yes.
We said supply area is WM managed. Now we need a bin there, to place it. If it's a WM managed, then we need to give a bin. So here I've said dynamic bin. So now system will create a bin in the name of a production order for single order part. For single order part, you can do a dynamic bin.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's see how the master data is maintained for the release order parts. The staging indicator is 3. Okay. And in 1000, I'll say for release order part, since it is common part, I cannot use a dynamic bin. The system will give me error. Dynamic bins are not supposed to be used for release order parts. That's why I've given a bin there. Yeah. Yeah, you were saying something.
No, that makes perfect sense. How will we determine if we are mixing orders?
That's correct. We cannot, because we are grouping and putting them, isn't it? So now this is release order part. The third part is my create part. Now you'll see the master data, how different it is for create part. So here it is same. Okay, indicator is 2, which says create part. 100 storage type. This is the bin where I'm going to supply. You can give different bins, for different materials. Now, if you see here, you'll see something like this. System will tell you to enter at least 2 Kanban. Okay, so I'll put 2 here, and then it will tell you to enter Kanban quantity. What is Kanban? It's your container. How many pieces into just try to understand it in terms of a pallet or a box. How many pieces in a box, and how many box at a time. So at a time, how many number of containers will be required, or would be there. So I'd say, at a time there will be 1 container and another container we will be requesting. So at a time, 2 containers, 1 will be there and 1 can be in transit.
Okay.
I mean, coming to the production area when the quantity goes down below minimum level. Okay, so we maintain these 2 indicators are important, and we will see when system is trying to create a task, since it's not TO, since it is not related to any production order, it will always create a TO for 5 pieces.
Okay.
And then it will again try to create another TO for 5 next time when we run it. So if there is already 5 in the bin, you create a TO for 5, and if you again try to create, it will say no, you're not allowed, because already 2 containers are planned. One is in the production, the other TO is created, other is planned to go there. Now the third one you cannot create.
Okay.
Okay, and each container or each box size is 5. So 5 pieces in a box.
If it is full pallet, and I only allowed 2 pallets without specifically, do I have to specifically mention how much quantities per pallet?
Yes,
because
you have to maintain, yeah.
Okay. I think there will be staging pallets as well. In case of, for example, packaging material, if it is a excipient or the active, there will be a 2-step. This is not going directly to staging. I think they call that dispensing, which means there is a lab that needs to scoop in the material and weight the actual quantity needed, and then put in the specific container, label the container, and then a second order will do the actual staging. So I don't know if this is exactly the 2-step picking. Is that considered 2-step picking?
No. 2-step picking is different. We don't have 2-step picking in the production supply. We have it in outbound for outbound deliveries.
Okay. So perfect. It's good. I asked because this was explained last Wednesday that for example, excipients will go first to a lab where they weigh in, they scoop all the requirement, and then once they have there will be a certain margin of error. So they have to wait for the tar. Then they have to calculate the net weight, and then they label that, and then that container itself is repacked, and then a second order moves them to the staging, production staging. So that's specifically for the materials that are called excipients and active ingredients. We don't send the whole container to the production staging. It will allow for contamination, right? So we only send out what is carefully treated in a lab, and they only scoop for the necessary material, the necessary quantity, and then ship it back to the rest to regular warehouse, and only goes to staging what is meant to be for the production order. Because otherwise, if we move all the material around, if any contamination situation arises, we spoil a lot of quantity. So that will be a huge loss for. This is what I understood from explanation from users. Well, I think this should be a regular practice within the pharma.
Yeah. So in that case, you in system it will be just 1 step, and your quantity probably is changing. How much you're going to supply to production is changing, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of integrating SAP WM with SAP ERP? Option A, enhanced employee engagement. Option B, improved warehouse efficiency and inventory accuracy. Option C, better customer service management. Option D, simplified payroll processing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to streamline your supply management? Our SAP Integration WM process guidance training is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Integration WM. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you every step of the way. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget-friendly. Ready to master SAP Integration WM? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So that's why in the case of excipients, we will need to do by order, by parts.
For single order.
That will be a specific case. That's why it's very, very well. And then for packaging, we can do from multiple. So what's the purpose if we are use same packaging for multiples? What's the purpose of waiting for a specific order? I can combine multiple orders.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you for this point you mentioned was relevant.
Yeah, this is just keep in mind for crate parts. It's not relevant to order and not relevant. So it's less value item consumables. like welding rods or something like that. We put gaskets and all. We do cross order. Sorry, what we say, crate part staging for them. Okay.
Okay. Just remember the name of the transaction, Johan.
Yeah.
We were
I'll
sitting
put it
at. Okay.
So I've just mentioned your important ones. I'll say PK05. Sorry. This is for PSA.
Definition.
Yeah. Definition. LP K1, 2, and 3 for, I'll say, control cycle. Yeah. Definition, change, and display all three transactions we have.
Okay.
So now you'll see, the stock will go to that bin. We'll do the staging, and for now, first step, after we create, we have to release the order. Okay.
Okay.
So you enter, come here. We release the order. So now so here you can see there is the determine WM data, and I'm going to, since it is integration, we basically, there is always, I would say, always a discussion, with our production colleagues, who owns what. Okay. So now, see, basically, at this stage, there is a debate, with production regarding how the staging would happen. So there is something called as a production scheduling profile. Have you heard about it?
Yes, but it groups multiple parameters, right?
Yeah. So production scheduling profile, it controls whether you are going to stage as soon as the production order is released. Material staging should be executed. Okay. So there is a transaction for, let's start with single order. Okay, single order or pick part staging. Okay, so the transaction to do the staging is this LP10. Now you can run a batch job, to run this transaction, or else PP guys can configure in production scheduling profile that material staging should be immediate as soon as the production order is released, so that you don't have to run a batch job for this.
Okay.
Okay. So you should request them that on release there is a field called production scheduling profile. It is there in the master data, production master data. You have to request the production team that configure the production scheduling profile so that as soon as the production order is released, the staging should happen immediately. So now here you can see it's not configured in the system. So that's why I'm coming here and I'm manually going to do the staging. So this, which one is a LP10, LP12? Okay. Why? Okay, I think it's already staged. Let me look for the TO. So here you can see for system is not showing here the single order part, which is showing us the other parts. I'm just trying to look for those parts here. T24. Let me see if system has automatically created TR or a TO.
Oh, this is because we need to do it manually, right? So if it's done manually, we expect it the item to be there, right? But it's not showing up. So most likely, your suspicion is that TRTO was done in the background.
Yeah. So it's for we are talking about single order part. Here it's not there. So that means system has automatically created the TR. Okay. And we will go to LP13 to see the TR for that single order part. Okay. The single order part, it gets created automatically when it is as soon as the
order is released.
Yeah. So here you can see system. This is 310, TR number 310, which should be for my single order part. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me that this is the correct way that the system works, right? So
it has created a TR automatically.
Okay.
I think this is not correct. This is for the create part. This is not for our order. For our order, it has not yet created. So if you look, we can enter. So for single order part has not yet created. Let's figure out what's missing. I would have expected it here, but it's not coming here. Just let me first check if there is any other TR for this production order. No TR. Okay, so it has not done the staging. So what I'm going to do here is ideally I should see the product here, but I'm not able to see it here. So give me a minute. Let me try to go back and come in again. Okay, there's another way to check this. If I go inside, okay, let's go here. Let's see why simulate. See, this is the single order part.
Yes.
So it is showing me all parts here, and this is only picked part. But I'm just in this transaction, it should have shown me something like this, but I'm not sure why it is not showing me. P10. No worries, we can go from here also. So here, the single order part, I'm going to say to the staging. So I'm going to say here order function WM staging execute. Let's say okay, now order saved. Now it should create a TR for me. Let me see. LB13, that T code is here. Okay, let's see for a transfer requirement, I'll say P. So now you can see for this production order, a TR got created, yeah?
Okay.
See, this TR is for 110 product, which is my single order part. And destination bin is the production order number because we said dynamic bin. So now staging has been generated for the single order part.
Johan, when you enter the screen, you put some parameters. Can you go back?
Yeah,
I'm not related to that transaction.
Yeah, I'll come back. So if you come here, see basically, there's this requirement number. and this is requirement number type, which is P. That means show me all the TRs for production.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'll go back into the initial screen.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to, this is the first time I see these transactions.
No, that's fine. You can see here I'm entering P. Okay, so now I'm going to select this and say create TO in background. See what you see here. I have, since it's a test system, and we don't spend too much time on troubleshooting things. What I have done here is I have already maintained stock for the components. Okay, I've maintained the picking and stock removal strategy. We spoke so that system picks it from the warehouse bin.
Okay.
So you need to make sure that the strategy is set. The stock gets picked from the bin. The stock removal indicator, the strategies. You remember last time we discussed?
Yes. So I will go to the master data and retrieve the indicators to find out your configuration for this example.
Yeah. So that so that the system has created a task here, right? TO here, you can see, to pick it from warehouse. Now, this is the fixed bin for the product. I've maintained stock in that bin where I have, my stock removal strategy set up so that I picked from that bin.
Okay.
So whenever a TO is getting created, it is looking for FIFO stock into the warehouse. And then based on my stock removal indicator, it is looking in 005 storage type. And then it is looking for, since 5 storage type is a fixed bin storage type, it is looking for a fixed bin. And it is trying to take stock from that fixed bin. Okay. So now, okay to confirm this order?
Okay.
Yeah, confirm the TO to tell the system that this product is now supplied to the production. So it is being taken from C02 bin to the production supply bin. 100 storage type. TO confirm single order part has been supplied to production. Okay. Now it's in the production area, storage type 1000.
Okay.
Now what I'm going to do is now I'm going to supply the create part. So the release order part, it has to be a batch job, right? Because release order part, it will run for multiple production orders, right? You cannot do it through production order. It has to be run through a batch job. Correct. So here we just run it, and you can see I'm just saying for production supply area. So this is one requirement. Okay. It has found out some other requirement, and so I have requirement for 20. There is another 10 requirement for another production order. So total, quantity day staging is 30. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say create TO. Okay. Now, sorry, create TR. It would have created a TR. Now, see, you would ask me, hey, is it always required to go in LB13 and always look for the TRs and convert them into TOs, right? The answer is no. You can configure so that the TR is auto converted into TO.
So Johan, there is a standard batch for the step we did previously.
Standard batch job?
See.
Yeah.
Because you run it, but I didn't realize if it was a standard transaction or a standard job transaction.
Yeah, it's a standard transaction, LP12.
Okay.
So you just have to run this program like this. This program you have to run, and then you have to say TO creation. It will also create a TO.
Okay.
Okay. And you give a time here. So every 2 hours, whatever are the production orders, it will group their requirement and create one TO for them.
Okay.
So by job, you have to decide the frequency. Okay. Clear so far?
Correct. Here, yes.
Shall I save this TO now? Create this TO?
Yes. Yes, please.
So we have now created a TO for the cross order as well. And I would, because of so much into EWM nowadays, it's not cross order. Cross order is in EWM. Here it is release order. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So now TO 2 to 3 got created. I'm going to confirm it. So again, this material picked from a different bin, 30 pieces, and I'm going to store it into production. Now you can see the production bin is a bin which I gave in the control cycle. Are you with me? Yeah.
Yes.
Shall I confirm it then?
Yes, please.
Okay. Done. Okay. So the cross order, the release order part has also been supplied to production area. Now for crate part. So crate part is basically, it's there in our BOM, but it will always be there. The production team will not track crate orders based on production orders. So now, as I said, this is independent to the production process. So now let's see, LP11. So here, this is again, you have to run it you can run it as a batch job. Okay. PO creation, I'll say WM staging. I'll say yes. Okay. The T operation was indicator set, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put this like this. Okay, so it would have also created a TO. So you can see it has created a TO for 5 pieces. That is one container in the production. It has directly created a TO now. It didn't create a TR.
Mm-hmm.
In previous 2 cases, we created a TR. Okay. So now system is taking 5 piece, one container, and trying to place it into the production area. And this. Okay, now this order has also been confirmed. Okay, no more tier. Now, as I told you, it will create 2. Okay. Another T. So we said 2 containers. So another container will get created. Okay. Second container is requested. Refresh here. No. So one more TO got created. Yeah, one more TO should be created. It's not creating. Okay, let me try again. Okay, now it might have saved. Yeah, the TO got created. Now if I try to create another TO, it won't allow. So only 2 containers, yeah?
Mhm.
So now press WM staging, save. It is creating another TO now. So actually, let me try to create a third one. It gives me an error, like you only requested 2 containers. Now 2 containers already there. Why it is overwriting that? Let me check. So now it is created another one. I think the problem here is, I'll show you why, because of some data issue. See, the stock in that bin is minus 70. So somebody might have consumed the stock more than what is there in that bin.
Okay. So we are not reaching the actual number.
Yeah.
That's why it's allowing.
System will just trying to first fulfill that 70, so that whatever has been somebody has consumed it will fulfill that, and then the demand for 70 is fulfilled, and then only 2 containers will be allowed. Third container, if you try to create an order, it will give an error saying that there's not enough quantity to send to the production. See, for crate part, what is important, you cannot unlimitedly, you cannot send parts, pallets or boxes to the production, because they're limited space. You have to decide whether only 2 boxes will fit or 5 boxes will fit. So you have to keep that, keep that quantity pre-decided, because otherwise it will keep on flooding the production area with crate parts. So only 2 pallet boxes are allowed. It is allowing more because of this negative thing.
Okay, correct.
So we have basically supplied all the parts. Now let us see the stock in the production area. Okay. I need to see the stock as per storage type. LS24 is for material. I want to see the stock for storage type LS10. Let me try LS10. I forgot it. Transaction. Last one, or else I'll try to look into LT10. Stock will build 1000. Storage type 1000 star. Can I see all the bills? So here it's storage type 100. We have these many quantities. So part 100, 110, we have 20 pieces. 120 we have 30 pieces. Okay. And 130 we have minus 70 because somebody has over consumed the quantity. So 15 are in put away. We have put away 1, 15, it will keep on creating 555 till we reach 70, and that will show positive. But now we can consume these parts, for the pick part and release order part. So this step is to send the parts to production. The next step is to consume the parts in production, which is 261 movement type, which will consume and record the consumption against the production order. Okay.
Correct.
So now, again, this is a process which we agree with the production team how they would like to do it. Okay. So there are two ways. You might have heard about a step called confirmation. Yeah, production order confirmation.
Right.
So that's where the production team, what they do is, C15. What they do here is they enter basically for each step in the production process, they enter what was the setup time, what was the execution time, what was the labor time. Yeah, all those things are entered here, and then there are options here. Okay, so now this is for making 20 pieces. Final confirmation, what was the rework time, what was the scrap generated, everything. They can give you a statement and everything. And here in the goods movement, they can they can enter the parts which are supposed to be consumed in the production, so they will get auto consumed from there. See,
Yes.
that is called backflash, right?
Yes, we can consume as per the bill of materials is yes, or actually we restrict the operation to what is actually happening at the floor.
At the floor. So at the floor, what they will do, they will go to MyGo and they will consume how much they have used, or so they will consume for single order and for the pick part and release order part. They will do actual consumption because those are critical parts. You will tell them to do the actual consumption through MyGo. But for crate parts, how many bolts and nuts, we don't want them to, they consume. We don't want them to, go and do that in MyGo. We can do that as part of backflush. Right? So for a single order part, somebody in the production will consume, how many engines they have consumed, how many pumps, how many motors they have consumed. But you will not tell him to go and enter consumption of gasket, nuts, bolts. But some boxes, cartons, bubble wraps, you'll not tell him to enter those details. Those will come directly here. When they enter the confirmation, that will come automatically here, and they will auto consume it. Okay, as per the bill of material. So that is called as backflushing.
Yeah, it's always best practice.
Yeah, backflush to do the components which are not important. For important ones, where the over and under consumption make a big value difference, and those are critical parts. We have to do. It's better to do the MyGo and non-backflush. No, for critical parts backflush. For non-critical parts backflush.
Okay.
See, because for your gaskets, bolts, washers, your quantity as per bill of material, over and under, if you consume more or less, doesn't make a big difference to your production or costing. But if the production order says 2 engines and you consumed actually 1 engine, makes a big difference, right?
Yes.
So for engines and critical parts, you will enter the actual here in MyGo. But for the crate parts and non-critical parts, you will do the backflush, auto consume them through confirmation.
Okay.
Okay, so here I'm going to say the critical part, which is my single and which is my pick part and crate part. I'm going to come here. See, what I have done is, I have not mentioned any, I have not mentioned any component as a backflush. So all the components I'm manually entering the quantity and consuming them. Okay, so all the components I'm declaring how much quantity I'm consuming. But it can also be consumed as a backflush.
Okay.
So now I'm saying here, first item 20 as per the BOM, second item 20 as per the BOM, third item 160 as per the BOM. So third item is 160, but third item basically, I have only supplied consumed 5, for example. I'll change the quantity here. It's minus 70. We don't have enough stock there. It will go into minus, but that's okay. I'll just post this, okay?
Oh, it's a reservation.
To the confirmation screen. So confirmation is where you have to discuss with your production team how they would like to, whether they want to do any backflush. If they are doing any backflush, they will do the 261 posting. Okay. Otherwise, the people in the production, they are going to do the 261 posting.
Okay.
So you will see this quantity will get adjusted. We'll see. So basically in production unit is 3 stages, 3 steps. 1, you supply to production. 2, you consume the parts of production. 3, you receive the finished products. This is second step we are executing. And here you can see now, if you refresh it, the stock has been consumed here. Because the system knows which bin the stock was. So we for the release order part, we supplied 30. So you can see the stock is gone down to 10.
Yes.
And for the one, which was 70, it has gone down to minus 75. Minus 70 is gone to minus 75. Okay. So basically, the stocks are consumed for the production order. 261 has been posted. So system knows, which bin the stock is. It is just simply removing the stock when you do a 261.
Yes.
And now, if you see the production order, the consumption has been recorded in the production order as goods movement document. So now, before we see the finished product, the users have to post the final confirmation. That means system should say, that all the goods are produced for that production order. Okay, so I'm not entering confirmation here since there is some costing error in the system. I don't want to go into the production, the costing area to resolve those issues.
You're meaning that doing the TECO confirmation, the TECO?
Yeah, not TECO, but we have final confirmation. Yeah, that is technically complete. Yeah. So there are 2 things, right? So basically here, you enter TECO here, and you enter TECO, and so TECO is, you will not be able to do any further receipts. And closing means you have completed all the steps of your production order and it is closed. Okay. So we'll not do TECO now. We'll do confirmation. Confirmation means CO11 or CO15 transaction. So what is confirmation? It's basically confirmation of the steps that has been performed. Confirmation of the step that has been performed, how much I told you how much time was required and all those recording of all the steps that were required, for producing the parts.
Okay.
The confirmation is where the production guys, they enter, they have completed that step of production and now it is going to the next step and they enter what was the setup time, what was the variance, what was the scrap generated, all those information they enter here.
Okay.
Okay, TECO means they have received. So for doing good receipt, confirmation has to be posted. Okay.
Yeah.
Because ideally, you make a part. Okay. You do the consumption. You do confirmation. That what was carried out during that step of production, and then when you have done the final confirmation, that means your final step has been completed in the production process. Now you start receiving the finished product. So before you receive the finished product, your final confirmation has to be set in a Yeah, but since it's a test system, it allows me, if the production guys, they have configured it correctly, until you do this confirmation, ideally we have to do this confirm and then save. It will give me some costing error, but it does allow me. Okay, this is some costing error. It will allow me to receive finished products, but in a production system, it may not allow you to receive till you have done the final confirmation.
Okay.
Okay. So in the final confirmation, all this, so basically production is tightly integrated with accounting. So all the costing, material cost prices, the cost involved in the production, setup, labor, machining, all those, depreciation costs will get calculated, machine lives will be, calculated. All those things, they, keep happening, in the back end.
Yes,
So,
technical burdensome.
Yeah. So we are not interested in confirmation. We just want to receive the product, and I'm just telling you that this is one of the very important step in the production process. It may be integrated.
Receive it and pack it, right?
Yeah. Now we're going to receive and pack it, but before that, they have to do the confirmation. Yeah.
Okay.
So now what are the steps? We created a production order, released the order. We did the staging for all the parts. Then we consume the parts. We enter the final confirmation. Now we will receive the finished products.
Okay.
Okay. So clear so far?
Yes.
So ideally, it's a 2-session topic. Let me try to complete whatever I can today, and if anything pending or a recap, we'll do it next week. Okay. Okay. So now it's time to receive this finished product. Okay. We'll pack it, do the receipt, and put away. Okay. So this transaction. Okay. I'll do it, but I'll try to cover as many master data as possible. I'll try to discuss as many master data involved in this process. There are packaging specification is also there. Okay, and basically there are some handling the transactions also there. I'll try to cover as much as I can. Okay, let's start. So now we want to first create handling units for the delivery. This is the transaction copy pack. So we go into this transaction. So now here it is telling me I have a packaging specification. Okay, I have created a packaging specification. It is going to create 4 handling units. So let me show you my packaging specification first. So there is a transaction called, there is a transaction POP3 and PO.
Proof and pop. Yeah.
Oh, you know those transactions, right?
Yeah, it's creating the transaction and then the instruction determination, packaging determination, right?
So are you okay to go ahead if you know those transactions? You can see this pack specs later, pack instructions later.
Is there some relevant data? I've done it, but I'm not sure if it is something relevant regarding.
So what I've done here is nothing. It's just normal pack spec. Just I have maintained here that for 262, this is the packaging instruction I have created where I've said for in one crate pack 5 casings. That's my packaging specification. And then
any particular field for this handling unit? No, right?
No, here it is. The next one is where important field is there. So here the determination is normally when you do the palletization, the determination is RCPT receipt. Here I've used a packing production ZVPP and determined my packaging instruction for my material. So the determination type is different. That's it. See here, determine packing instruction 262. And that's why, here it is coming as 262.
Right.
Okay. So now it is
Correct.
going to create one pallet means 5 pieces, 5 STs.
Mhm.
So 20 is my finished goods quantity. So it's going to make 4 handling units here. That is
Mhm.
why 4 packaging metals are coming up here. I'll say save HUs. Okay, I'll show you now. System has created 4 HUs. If you click here, display, you'll see there are 4 handling units which system has created. Each one of them have 5 pieces. If you click the handling units, you'll see each handling unit has 5 pieces each. This is the content within the handling unit. Okay.
Okay.
So this handling unit is just packing is done. We haven't received them. Okay. Now
Okay.
these are the 4 handling units. I'll just go to the next transaction and I'll receive this handling units, which is COBHUWE. So if you come here, we enter the production order, you'll say propose HU. So it is going to propose us all the handling units that we have.
Mhm.
And this is the storage location. Okay. All the handling units that we have created. Okay, now we are going to receive this pallets. We are going to do the good receipt and then we are going to do the put away into the bin. Okay.
Okay.
So let me receive 2. If I want, I will receive the other 2 later. For now, I'll just receive the 2. Okay. And I will post a good receipt here for those handling units. The good receipt has been posted successfully. Okay. So if I go to MIGO, I will try to display. See, there is some issue in the TO creation. It's not creating TOs automatically. I didn't get chance to look into the error. So I'm going to create a TO manually here. If you see here, extra documented goods, document, no data for selection, why it doesn't show me that it's in the document. So here you can see, we just posted a GR for 10 pieces. Today's date. And in the WM tab, you will see the stock is in 901. Normally, when you do a GR, the stock is in 903. And for production, it is 901. 902 in production, it is 901 storage type. You can see the stock is in dynamic bin. The movement type is 103. Are you with me?
Yeah. Different receiving interims receiving areas.
Interim area. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, since system should have created a TR, TO, I'll just time being what I'll do is system
We're
would have
pushing
created
it manually. Okay.
Because the TO creation failed. It's giving me some dump. I didn't get a chance to look into that. So what I'm going to do is you saw that dump, system gave for TO creation. There could be some issue. So now here you can see this is the bin. This is the production order. 223, yeah. And there are 2 quants of 55.
Right.
Okay. I'll say create TO in background. Let me see if it is creating the TO. Yes. I'll open the TOs. So here you can see for one of the HU, system is taking the stock from 901 into 007. Look at the SU. It is your handling unit number.
Okay.
That's why, when you told me yesterday, either you use handling unit or SU, I corrected you because, yeah, the person wrote the book, he wrote in the right sense, but when you use handling unit, it's not you eliminate SUs, you still have SUs. So a handling unit comprises of SUs, but, SUs you cannot have handling units. Yeah.
Okay.
So here you can see the field when I'm going to the field of SU is the handling unit.
Okay. Correct.
I'm going to confirm this. Okay. I'm going to confirm the next order, which should be, I think the other one would be 2 display down 2 to 9. Yeah. I'll confirm that also. So this is my second handling unit, which I'm going to place. And again, the SU is this one. Okay. Confirmed. Now let us see stock in our bin, which is LT10. Let's see in LT10, yeah, 007 storage type. So now we have placed the stock for this part, yeah, 5 pieces. And again, 5 pieces. You can see test storage unit 581, and it has another storage unit which is 5795. So this is the quant, which is showing the H number as a SU number. See, the storage location is 9988.
Okay.
Now I'll show you what happens.
Because we have only received it, but not actual put away, right?
We need to put away. In LT.
Oh, this was the put away. Okay.
Yeah, put away bin in 007. You remember 007, we created section, bin sections. That's where.
Oh, okay. Yes, correct. Sorry. My mistake. Correct.
So the TO in TO I showed, the SU was shown as a HU. Yeah.
Okay, correct. Sorry.
So now what I'll do is I'll try to show you what happens when we don't have HU managed location. Why HU managed location is important. So if I try to do a receipt, okay, so you're clear. So this is where the process ends. We done the put away of finished product. I'll give you some more information, but let me take a pause here. Are you clear so far?
Yes, I need to review the recording. There was a lot of steps that I'm seeing for the first time, but I understand the concept.
Okay.
I just need to recollect the transactions on the exercise.
Okay, yeah. So what I did is I did copy pack. I did the packing, then the receipt. Then with LT10, I created TO and confirmed the TO. And now what we are seeing the stock. LT10, I'm seeing the stock. We can see the stock in LS24 also. LS24, LS26, you can see the stock. Yeah, so you can see the SU numbers. These are 2 SU numbers we have just received.
Okay, perfect.
Now all this made sense, when the store location is 9988. I'll just do a negative testing, just say I receive the stock instead of 9988, I'll receive it into 0088. You will see what happens. Okay, I'll show you what happens, and it will not work in your case. I'll just quickly show you. Okay, so if you receive the stock in
the system will validate that the storage location is meant for HU.
No, it will simply ignore your HU. You will see now. Okay, so HU will not be stored at bin level. So if I change the store location to 0088 on good receipt, I post the good receipt. Okay, if you see here, refresh. Do I have a refresh here? Come on, TO failed. I know that. You can see I've just received 5 pieces today's date. Okay, the stock has been received. Okay, and the stock does not have a SU number. See, SU number is blank. So HU is not converted into your SU in case the story location is not HU managed.
Oh, I see. Okay. So there is neither SU, neither HU. Okay.
Correct. So HU will convert into SU only when your location is HU managed. So in 9988, when I received in 9988, you could see that this HU converted into SU. But when I received in 0088, it did not happen, which is not the right
Correct.
case. You want the HU to be stored in your bin, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
That is the beauty of HU managed location.
Okay.
It takes your HU and stores it. But the drawback is you always have to work with that HU number only, with the HUs only in that particular location.
Okay.
So now there are some more steps involved here. How do you repack? How do we do the goods issue? I'll not be taking that today. I'll basically, we will. It's too much. I just want to cover production.
Yeah, it's a good timing for you as well. So you can have. Yeah. There was a lot of very, very fruitful session, Johan. I think there is a lot of things for me to review and exercise them, of course.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So now basically how the handling, further details. More there are basically, as I told you, it's a 2-hour session, 2 session. So there are some more bits and pieces which haven't touched. How to do a goods issue for handling it, how to do the repacking.
Okay.
But yeah, those are not urgent for your workshop. We'll cover them as we go ahead. And then there are some configuration where we say, so we have done our process. We are doing WM staging, correct?
Okay.
So basically, there are 2 ways I told you, which is in our case, WM interface was active. Okay, when we say W interface active, it means we create a production order. Okay, we do the staging, and then staging means
PSA.
TO from warehouse to PSA, and then we do the consumption. This is the 261. This is the WM interface which you have seen. There are some configuration, we'll discuss that next time. But if you say WM interface inactive, that means you're not using WM interface. The steps are you create a production order, you do a consumption 261, and then using that consumption, like how a TRTO gets created and converted, system will create a TO and confirm it. TO is created in the background for 261, which will later be confirmed. Okay. So now WM inactive means you can see we are not doing staging here. We're just catching up.
Okay.
So somebody consumes and then we say, we remove that part from warehouse. This is not correct, right? In a physical, in a warehouse, you move the part and then you consume it. In this case, if you're not actively using production process, then you first consume the part and then you're just correcting the stock, nothing else, right? You're just But we always do a interface active. So when we say WMPP interface active, there are some configs which we'll see next week.
Is it? Mm-hmm. We'll see that next session, or can you just show me what is the node activity so I can study maybe during the week?
Okay. So if you come here, it's a simple config. It's not complicated. You can just browse through it and you'll be able to understand. Define production. If you come here, so this is where you activate for the warehouse.
Okay.
Whether PP integration is active or not. You'll find the process type was CPP interface active.
Okay. It's very straightforward.
Yeah, you were seeing the production. It was taking movement. It was taking process movement type 319. That also
Yeah.
comes from here. Okay. See, replacement movement type assign. Do it here. Okay. So this is the node you need to visit for activating PP interface. It is important. Okay.
Okay.
Then for HU management, I think there is. So now you got a difference between what is the difference between storage unit and handling unit. I will discuss few more integration points. Okay, like there are basically a couple of more things I'll discuss as we go ahead. How to pack, repack, how to do a goods issue in the HU managed location, how to do picking from a HU managed location. We'll see as we go ahead. Okay, how to manage stock into HU management. We'll see some more scenarios as we go ahead.
Okay.
So
thank you.
So we will spend some more time on HU management next week, and then we'll start outbound palletization. And basically what we have covered is how the replenishment works. We will spend some more time next week on the HU management location. So I've just kept this. We'll cover as part of this other topics. Yeah. Then we'll cover an outbound as well. Okay. So just the finished goods will be HU managed.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will see one scenario with with good shipping as well. So that will clarify your doubts on handling it.
For this session, you said there was more to be covered around configuration.
Yeah. I think we did discuss about the handling unit receipt and put away last session. Okay, so what we did last session, we received the pallet from production. We covered production supply, different types of supplies, and then we received products from the production, and we did packing and did the put away into the warehouse.
Correct.
Now, what I wanted to show you was how to do some packing in the warehouse, how we pack the products, and at certain point of time, I would also like to show you how do you pick handling units from the warehouse.
Okay.
So these are the two things which we would cover in detail further for the handling units. We did discuss, for the handling units, the important configurations are the packaging material type.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which transaction code is used to confirm a transfer order in SAP WM? Option A, LT12. Option B, ME22N. Option C, MB1C. Option D, VL02N. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to streamline your supply management? Our SAP Integration WM process guidance training is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Integration WM. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you every step of the way. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget-friendly. Ready to master SAP Integration WM? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, number range of the packaging material type. So are you clear with those?
We just touched briefly on those topics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did we miss some configuration points, or just what we did last week should suffice?
See, for handling units, let me explain you what are the configuration requirements for handling units. We did the good receipt, we did the some basics about handling unit configuration. So we don't have a scenario where we want to create handling units from supplier, right? So you don't have handling units when you receive from supplier. You could have created a storage unit, right?
Yeah, it only appears in the picture after production. GR, good to see it
Are
within
you
production.
comfortable with storage units and their configuration? We did storage unit when we were discussing storage type 007.
Yes, there are some parameters within the actual storage type configuration, which maybe it's relevant just to if you give me an overview, because I've only used a couple of them, so I'm not sure certain settings how do they work. If we can quickly just have an overall, if you go to the screen and let me point out what are my doubts on the storage type, and I think that will solve the storage unit, because
Okay. So what we'll do is first let us go through the handling unit, go through an overview of handling unit configuration.
Okay, that's
and
fine.
then we will step back and go to storage unit, because the storage unit configuration that you're going to do will be applicable for both storage units as well as handling units.
Yes, correct.
So first thing what we did was, we went and maintained this config, HU requirement as storage location level and default values for delivery. If you remember, in this configuration for the plant and the sales area or the plant, we went on and maintained indicator for,
yes,
we have two store locations. One store location which is WM managed, the other one is HU managed. Well, both are WM managed, but one of them is HU managed. So we went on and marked that indicator. Okay. Now there is one more thing which there are a couple of things which you would like to further test today. One is packing. So if you receive something, you want to pack it from one handling unit to another. How do you do packing? Okay, how do you repack stock? We are going to see those things, because that is very important. That is a management of handling units. The other thing is, how do you could issue these parts, or maybe how do you, how system would create outbound for these handling unit managed store location.
Yeah, we saw that what you explained me, that handling units can only be good receipt via inbound delivery.
Yeah, and even the outbound also in that store location creates an outbound delivery.
Okay.
See, but for production receipt, we did not use. SAP has given us some transaction. We did not use inbound delivery. We used some special transaction SAP has given us for inbound of handling units.
Okay.
So this is very most important config. Okay. And then the other important thing is the number range. Okay. So handling unit basics, technical basics, and define number range for handling units. You come and define the number ranges here. Internal or it's external. Okay, since you're going to receive finished product, it's going to be internal. And then are you going to use SACC numbers?
Yes.
Then this is the important configuration for SACC. So SACC we have, let me show you.
Actually, this is a little confusing, because they are in their introductory explanation, they have both numbers, EAN and SEC. So what is the actual difference? Or it is specific to certain countries?
No, SACC is not specific to certain countries. SACC is a number which is unique globally, across supply chain. So there is this institute, there is a organization which gives you, ILN number. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So and it is basically, it can be contains up to 13 digits. Okay. So now here, if you see this number 871 something, this is your a total 18 digit in is your handling unit number, SACC number. This apart from first, I'll tell you what is first. The next, 7, 8 numbers are basically your INN number, which that organization gives you. So every company have a different number. So if you go with your company, they might have registered for ILN to get the SACC number. SACC for SACC they would have got the ILN number for their company. So this 87111 basically it's a number for that particular company. Okay, and we assign that number. What is that number of that company? Here you assign that in this config.
Okay.
Okay. So 8711113 is the company's number. Okay, they have missed 3 here. So this is the number for the company. Okay, and then after that it follows the number range. Okay, so every company, they'll follow number range of SACC. I mean, the number range is this, like how you maintain number range in SAP.
Okay.
Okay, so the numbers would be generated like this, and this is a number. So there'll be no other company given this number, ILN basis number. Just your company would be given a certain number, and after that the number range would start. Like 87113, then 100000, then 100001, 2, 3, and so on. So next few digits, will be customer specific numbers, customer specific handling unit number range that they maintain in their system. So you have decided to go with 1000 to 19999. Somebody else would have decided, or 9999. Somebody else would have decided 8000070. It's totally up to the company. The next set of range that they would like to select for their handling units.
Okay, Johan, can you come back to the previous slide? So I saw that the AN is embedded within the SCCC, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So the code consists of like this. It consists of 4 things. First is your sequence number, ILN number. First digit is your sequence number, ILN number, the SAP number range, and the last is your check digit. Okay. So check digit is something which is automatically calculated by system randomly.
Okay.
Okay. So the number would be ending with 9. The check digit can be 1 to 9, anything. So a number would be like 180000. Okay, let's say the internal SAP number range is 526793, and the check digit is 8. Next number would be 5266894. In that case, the check digit can be 8, or it can be 3, 2, 1, 7, 9, anything. So system randomly, there is some logic in the system through which it generates a check digit number at the end.
Okay.
Then there is a sequence number. Okay? So a company can have multiple island numbers. Okay, island based numbers. Okay. So here you have sequence number. Okay, so which sequence number should be used? So in some handling units, you may use one or another unit. You will be using sequence number 2. So that sequence number also plays a very important role, which one you're going to use for your storage location. So other storage location, we use another sequence number.
So what is the criteria to decide how many sequence numbers you will need to implement?
See, it's up to the organization how they go and reach island number. They go and ideally one is enough. But let's say I have 2 divisions of my company. One for making chocolates, the other for making biscuits. So I mean, just for my understanding, I would use a separate division. I would create separate warehouse is same, but these 2 location plants are different. So I would get separate island numbers for them for each division. It's purely to the company. One is enough. You should really find one. Why they would see the companies really want, they will go and get it, but why they would want to have island numbers, too many island numbers? If they're paying cost, they have to pay that organization to get an island number. There is cost involved in this.
Okay. So can also the AN can be used independently if if whether you deploy or not the total SEC number. Because in many companies I see that they have the AN number. This is regardless if you are going to use the total SEC number, right? So my understanding is that if you are going to do international trading, then you are interested in using SEC supply shipper container, right?
No, it's not only about international. Locally also you will use. See, the main benefit of using SSCC is, see, a vendor is local. Let's say the vendors are 20 miles away. So they give you a handling unit. Okay. So for example, take in case of automobile, they send you engines on a handling unit. So the moment you scan the handling unit, you know which part is there, which engine, which serial number is there in that pallet, how many engines and how many serial numbers are there. So how you know when the products are received, you scan the pallet, how will system know all this information? System knows information because the vendor has already given us that handling unit number, which is unique for that company. So the vendor, they have given you through EDI the handling unit and the packing information. Now, what happens? Just imagine what happens if they would have not done SSCC. Let's say they would have created a handling unit number 1000, okay, and they give you a handling unit 1000 without SSCC. Now, if you have you are also creating handling unit in your company, and by chance you also use handling unit number 8000. Now you already used 1000 for something else, and vendor is also giving you the same number. So there are chances the numbers can overlap, right? Because there is no guarantee that both your numbers are going to be unique. Okay, now there can be one thing. You can give a sequence, a range to the vendors. You're saying that, I use 1000 series, you start 3000 to 4000. But you cannot keep on giving each vendor a separate sequence. You may have hundreds of vendors, right? So if each vendor is giving handling units, and if each one of them, they follow their own handling unit number in sequence, you have your own. What is the guarantee that when they are handling units, they are sending 3D? How will your system create those handling units and with the same number? So we want to create them with the same number so that the handling unit number which the vendor has used, our system is also able to recognize it. We receive the same number, we put it into in the bin with the same number. So this handling unit numbers are unique in the supply chain, so that when the vendor sends, they are also the customer is free. He doesn't have to worry about number range overlapping. He's free that yes, these numbers I will be able to receive them. They are not going to be duplicated. See, handling unit numbers should not be duplicated, right? So the reason is you have handling unit one. There can be only one handling number in stock. So if you have received 1000 through production, and the vendor is also sending 1000, that will create an issue. So each customer has their own numbers. Each company has their own number because the customer wants to reuse their labels. So you have identified a pallet, you have put a label onto the pallet. Your pallet goes to your customer. He would like to just scan and receive and do the put away. He doesn't want to, you have done the packing here while you were shipping. You have created a big box and put the box on the pallet. You have labeled the pallet. Now he will put the entire pallet into his racks, and he may use the pallet after 1 week, 10 days, month or so. But he doesn't want to open your pallet and repack it again and again put a new label. That is waste of efforts and resources. Right?
Okay.
So he will continue to take the same pallet, same number, put it into the bin, and then when you pick it for production or you send it across somewhere else, you follow this, you take the same number.
Okay. So what the slide is telling me is that we start with the sequence, then 13 digits for the ILN number, and then we have the specific customer serial number. So that leaves me only 13 plus the sequence, that's 14.
No, actually, the overall number is equals to 18. Maximum is 18. Okay. So this, if you see a number range here, a number range is 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think those are 7 digits. No, that's actually 8 digits.
10. 9. These are 9.
Okay.
So these are 9. Okay. And 10, 11, and this can go up to 7. These are 7.
Okay.
So, yeah. 7 and 9, this is 9, it becomes 16, one check digit, okay, and one is your sequence number.
Okay.
So the island, they will give you some 13-digit code, but the base number which we use here is a 7 character, first 7 character.
Okay, so then according to what we have discussed, so I should expect island number for each storage location on each country. For example, in the case of
you just validate from them, how many island numbers you have. See, there will be a department in the company who would be responsible for identification of handling it. They will tell you whether it's one for the whole organization or separate for each country or separate for each. It is possible to use the same number for cross countries.
Okay.
So what you need to ask them to give you a sample label, a sample handling unit number. They will give you, and then you have to do this config.
Yes. As of now, I know the rollout goes from Canada, US, and then Mexico. All the LATAM, North trade countries, which is Mexico, US, and Canada. So we have corporate. We have at least 3 affiliates. I think corporate is based in Europe. So, so I should expect at least 3 difference according to the country, right?
Yeah, if you should see 3 island numbers, but if they use, it is also possible to use 1.
Okay. I will have to check that. I'm not aware how it will work within the 3 countries.
Okay.
Because as of now, I'm focused more on Canada, and I don't know if we're going to do it at we're running around the configuration parallel to US, or there is a time lapse of 1 to 2 months between Canada and US. So those definitions I'm not able to grasp right now. Maybe as the project goes along, but it's good to know it. Thank you.
So, now, so there is, I told you the last check digit is, calculated by system. So this is a logic. You don't need to worry about it. I have never used this, and I never tried to understand what the logic is. But yeah, they do something, and calculate the check digit internally. That's okay. So your number is like this. First is your sequence number, then 87113 is your island number, then 1000526848 is your SAP number, and 8 is your check digit. This is how your SSCC number gets generated.
Okay.
So now the other important, this was the second important config. First important config was your handling unit, handling unit management of festival location. Second is your SSCC number range. Third is your packaging material type. Yeah. You know what is packaging material type in the packaging material box, pallet,
yes,
pallet, yes, and the packaging material type. That's where it's important in the numbering assignment. You say it's SSCC. Okay. It's in defined packaging material type config. You have an indicator here, number assignment. There, where you have to generate, you have to maintain SSCC.
Okay.
Okay, let's say Euro pallet. So for pallets, you're generating SSCC. Euro pallets, you're not generating SSCC. So there will be a drop down here. Use internal number range, no SSCC. So at a packaging material type level, you decide whether you're going to use SSCC or non-SSCC. So your internal pallets, you're not going to use SSCC. You have to create a new HU type for those, new packaging material type for those packaging materials.
Okay.
I mean, if internal handling units, but if you're going to create internal SUs, then you don't need this. For SU, we don't need packaging material.
Okay.
Now, this is another important conflict. I mean, you in every system you'll find, one or the other packaging material type, which is SSCC. So this is important for SSC in this indicator. Then there are types of packaging material. The other fields are pretty much straightforward. If you want to do some output, if you want to print a handling unit, then the output type and the output procedure is assigned here. I think you can print like you print, from purchase order. Same way you can print from a handling unit also. You can generate an output from handling units. Okay. So we were looking, on and off at the handling unit because it was a quite extensive topic last time. I didn't get a chance to explain some of the important transactions. One of the important transactions is HUMO, handling unit monitor. So whatever the handling units are there in your inventory, if you want to see them in detail, then we go to the HUMO transaction. Okay. So you can enter your handling units and you can see all the information within a handling unit here. So this is the handling unit. Double click this. You will see packaging material type, which in outbound delivery it was received, who received it. A handling number is generated like this. So in this transaction, you can also go with it. So what is the batch? Everything, every content in the handling unit you can see here. Okay. For this handling unit, if there in the warehouse there is SSCC, there is the SU, you can see that as well. So just browse through these things, system creates handling unit, then you can find all the details over here.
Sorry, did you say that also you can see the SU?
Yeah, you can see the display SU.
Oh, this is confusing. According to my definition, either you use SU or HU.
Okay.
I still don't get it. How come it is? I still don't get it. What is the proper definition then when we use?
Didn't you go through the recording last time? What we did? We create a handling unit. We put away the handling unit. So how was the handling unit number stored in warehouse?
It took the field of SU.
Then
it took over the field, and then
SU is handling unit, right? When you use HU management, your HU is equal to your SU.
Okay.
Remember we discussed this. Don't
Yes.
say where you use either handling. I think somewhere you have read that and you have kept in your mind, but that is not the correct understanding. HU, either you use HU or SU. Don't say like that. When you use HUs, that becomes your storage unit as well. And then if you're not using HU, you can independently use SUs.
Okay.
So this became storage. I think we cleared this understanding of yours last week. Maybe you have to again do a quick recap. So here you can see output. So here the condition type. It's very common to print handling units. So here you develop a condition type and then you maintain a condition record. You assign a form for this output type and you can print labels, handling unit labels. It is very common to print handling unit labels. So you would be told, in the production you're packing, you're auto packing through POF1 or POP1, 2, 3, now. But as soon as it's auto package should be printed. So the print relevant information are maintained here in the output.
Okay. It's a little slower.
Yeah, it's a bit slow. Let's wait, I think it's not being used for a while. It's compiling.
So in the actual HU label, it should tell me how, at least should tell me so HU means a packing material plus material. So it should tell me at least
Mhm.
how many the different material codes contained within the storage unit.
Mhm.
Correct?
Or within the handling unit, yeah.
But the actual printing of the actual level, it will only tell me, or the market will only require me to tell me the handling unit, right? We don't need to specify the list of the different materials contained within.
Yeah, that's correct. Ideally, we would not print the material code in our pallet label. See, if it is 1-to-1, if it is one material, then and it is okay, to in the same label you can put material and quantity as well. But generally, you may for your customer you may pack multiple items into a handling unit. In that case, it will not make much sense to have the product information. Then you may, if there are 5 products, you may have to generate 5 labels, because in one label it will be difficult to accommodate 5 products.
Okay. So in this industry, I believe it is a good practice to do homogeneous material, meaning 100 unit goes to a specific material code. No, we don't mix.
Okay.
I will realize as the project goes along.
Okay, fine.
Because we cannot. Well, my understanding is you cannot mix. This is very sensitive. There is active materials which are very sensitive, particularly because the FDA and the DEA, you have to track specific materials with active ingredients.
Yeah, see, if the company agrees, if they have, because of certain regulations, or they have their own, own principle that they don't pack multiple products, then it's fine. You don't have to worry. You can have the product information also on the label. It will be good to have.
Okay.
This was the output, where you can see the output, and this is again an important config for a handling unit. In the handling unit, then we can go to the next setting, which I think you might be aware about packaging material group. Which packaging material group are allowed for which packaging material type. Okay, so here when you do a packing, okay, the material to be packed, okay, and the packaging material is, let's say the packaging material is a pallet. Okay, pallet has a packaging material type 0001. There's something called as packaging material group. Okay, so the item which is supposed to be packed, it will be assigned a packaging material group, and then you maintain a relationship. Which material is allowed to be packed in what type of pallets? Okay. So, for example, if it is engines, I will only pack it into steel carriages. So I'll create a packaging material type of steel carriages and only assign it to engines. And engines, I'll only assign a separate packaging material type, packaging material group. So basically, the material to be packed and the packaging material, there has to be some relationship. See, I cannot pack engine into a carton. So if somebody tries to pack here engine material and tries to put carton here, engine packaging material type and carton packaging material type, and material in the material master there is packaging material group. If there is no assignment between them, I'll get an error message. You're not allowed to pack engines into cartons. Okay.
Okay.
Ideally, when you go for implementation, you first allow to maintain a generic entry, like a material should be allowed to be packed everywhere. But you will have to, at certain point of view, you have to discuss with business. Do you want any controls that certain material should not be packed with, to a certain packaging material type, or else, such a scenario, like they'll say, hey, why did the system stop me, from packing cartons? It was a user mistake. We agree. But your system should not allow. Then you can use this config where system controls, which are allowed where, which packaging material types are allowed for which material group. So the materials to be packed Packaging material type you've already seen, but for packaging material group, you can, this is the field.
So basically, we achieve this in the SU case, in case of storage units, via the puff and pop instructions, right? It's equivalent activity, but for handling units, right?
Yeah. So POF and POP1 and POF1 are used only for handling units. So storage units we use how for storage in case of handling unit management, we use POF1, POF3. We create a handling unit that becomes the SU. Okay, scenario ends. In case of SUs, if we are not using handling unit, we're just using SUs, then it generates SUs based on what? It doesn't use pack one, pack two. Do you remember what it takes?
Sorry, didn't get that. Didn't get the last thing you said.
So SUs. So how many SUs have to be generated? How will system know how many SUs are to be generated? Now packing requirement, you're giving it for handling units. You're giving it at a in the packaging specification, packaging instruction. Okay, how in case of SUs? So if you, let's say you are receiving, 1,000 pieces, okay, two types, okay, with handling units and with storage units. Let's say in case of handling units, you're going to use packaging instructions. Yeah. You'll say,
Johan, I think something is rubbing against the microphone. It's some rubbing noise when you talk.
Okay.
I don't know if there is something. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I couldn't get some words because it's noise.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have told you earlier. Yes, much better now.
Okay, fine. Sorry about that. So you have packaging instruction where we say, 1 HU equals to 100 pieces. Okay. And then system generates 10 HUs. When they go to the bin, it generates 10 SUs. HUs equals to SUs. Here, in this case, right?
Okay.
Are you clear with this? We did this last time.
Yes.
Storage unit. When we use storage unit, where you don't use packaging instruction, where do you say that 1 SU equals to 100 pieces? Where you would say this? Which place in the system? So it's going to create 10 SUs. Which place in the system we maintain this? Any guesses?
We did it at the palletization data, right?
Decision. Sorry, which data? We maintain this information at material master level. So in the material master, you maintain this here, WM1 view or WM2 view. I'm not sure exactly which view. I think it's 2. We maintain that, what is the per unit quantity of our SU.
Okay.
Yeah. This is your palletization quantity here. So if you remember the product that we tested for the first testing that we did for 007 pallet strategy, that time for that product we assigned a LE quantity and SU type. So system generated SUs in that case.
Okay.
Okay, so the relationship is here. So the important point to clarify here is we don't use pack instruction when you're just using storage units.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So it generates, it maintains. See, we need relationship, with materials that are to be packed and the items to be packed. The relationship in this case is not pack spec, it is the material master.
Okay. Correct.
Now, the next one is, this important thing is okay, yeah. So I was explaining you the number ranges, the other config where you maintain a relationship between pack material type and packaging material. So for packaging material group, it is assigned here. In the sales plant data, we'll see a packaging material group can be assigned for the materials to be packed. Like for engines, I will assign a group here. So we'll assign a group here for engines, and for the materials, there will be a packaging material type field here for the packaging materials.
Okay.
So for packaging material, like we use PK104. As of now, it is blank for 100. We haven't set up this control. So if I maintain some group, then there has to be some relationship. So here, packaging material type is mandatory for the packaging material type, for the packaging material. So here it is, you can see V010. Okay. Now V010, there has to be a relationship between V010 and packaging material group that we maintain for engines in this config. Okay. So this is, it's more of a control. If you keep it blank for a packaging material group, if you keep it blank, or if you maintain a packaging material type, keep the material group as blank, that means everything is allowed.
Okay.
So you're not maintaining any controls. So generally we visit this, initially we allow everything everywhere, but as in when, we get some more clarity on the requirements and some, further discussions with business, we tend to update this config. Yeah.
So it is valid within this table to use blank in the field material group.
Well, yeah, material type is material group. So if it is blank in material group, that means the packaging material type can be used by all materials. Okay. If it is blank in packaging material type, that means the group can be packed into all types of pallet.
Correct.
So use them any way you want. So we define the group in the material master. We've just seen this sales plant view. Okay. So these are important configuration for a handling unit management. Okay.
Hey there, want to streamline your supply management? Our SAP Integration WM process guidance training is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Integration WM. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. Covering everything from basics to advanced techniques, this course is crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you every step of the way. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget-friendly. Ready to master SAP Integration WM? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website